It is truly a shame that in this world, nose-blowing ASMR has not popped off yet, because I would be very wealthy if it had. Hello, universe. Hey, Reaganomicon. We are, in fact, going back into the mine of shapes today. Whoops. Let's not click that one. That one works better. Cool. Let us go. Oh my god, I forgot what we were doing. I was like, here's going to be a fun time diving into the world of Cube. And then I remembered that I like tapped out at the end because I was tired setting up science. Well, we're gonna have to figure it out this time. One way or another. Hopefully it'll be fine. It'll probably be fine. Let's take it step by step as we've done before. Right, we need to start with the bottled consciousness. That was like step one. The question remains of how much I should make at once. These other sciences are like fine because traditionally there's enough stuff where it'll just kind of run on its own for a very long period of time without worrying. Theoretically, we'll probably run out of deep core powder because we don't mine it that fast, but we could scale it pretty easy, but everything else is like good enough. Now, honestly, it might be better too because I improve this. My concern begins to stem from the fact that this science is entirely reliant on this cycle, which is going to have to happen semi-frequently. Which won't be that bad, but it also begs the question, like, so let's say we want to feed all these perfectly, right? Then we need 0.08 of the bottled anguish per second. We're doing 16 of them, so it's like 1.5-ish, give or take. No, wait. I've already like started doing math. No, 1.5, which is fairly close. It's close-ish. Either way, following that logic, I would only need 2 makers for this. Is that really right? But at the same time, like, you gotta remember, we're also using the bottled anguish for other things. So I just don't think it's totally good. Because yeah, each one of these uses bottled anguish too at a very fast pace. It's really tough to tell how much we should make at once. Plus, this will be kind of gated by the previous resource as well. The cerebral substrate, the calcium as well, might be a little bit tough to put through. So I feel like I kind of have to spitball the crafters. It appears that I set up 4 of these ahead of time, which means I probably had some logic for why I want to do that. That's because 4 of them will feed exactly 2 of these machines. I mean, logically speaking, we could just kind of run these whenever. These are not cube dependent, so maybe 1 machine each is fine. Since we'll have a nice buffer of them, I suppose, we can set up a rule where our excess of the euphoria is let off into steam. But I believe there's another use for it in Seance, I believe the tech was called. But I guess we'll start under this, and we'll try to design it in such a way where if we were to do this, we will be able to very easily replicate it a few times over. Just like this design together, hopefully, fingers crossed. Now, it raises the question, do we want to do direct insertion or not? I think generally direct insertion is something I don't try to avoid it per se, but it's something I don't often do without like a solid reason to, I guess. I don't know. I like seeing things on belts, I suppose. I'm not against direct insertion, don't get me wrong. The opportunity just needs to present itself. Like in that other build we were doing with the circuits, it was pretty nice. In fact, I think I use it over here as well. Yeah, just like directly into the cards. And it looks really nice and compact. I'm trying to think if we need bottle consciousness for anything else in these steps. I don't think we do. I think it's just for these specifically. Now, the downside of this technically is that if we want to do, hypothetically, if we need far more anguish than we do of euphoria, it doesn't actually matter thinking about it, because even if it's like making more of these, it shouldn't matter. We can do this, that's fine. Of course, like, I'm totally fine until I start streaming, and then I'm just like, you know what? My entire body's gonna reject itself just for the fun of it. It'd be nice to put these on the same belt. I think that would look aesthetically pretty cool as well. I'm trying to think about how we could do it in a way that would look nice, though. My first thought is something like this, and then have them close like this, and then have the belt come out here. Obviously, we'd rotate the machines as well. Then we have a single belt with both of them on it. I think that's something I want to try to adopt more design-wise, is to focus on putting everything on one belt and then sorting it outwards. It seems like a fun, I don't know if challenge is the right way to go for it, but it's a fun way to design that I don't usually utilize, so I'd like to try to. Either way, let's think about this step from beginning. So, cerebral substrate, not really going to sweat it. We have a pipe of it coming right down here, so we're just going to set that up easy peasy. We are going to hopefully be able to just kind of plug that in and not think about it. We would need to store more of it, and I remember setting up stuff over there, but let's change it over to those new tanks we got, to the Sherman tanks. Yeah, because this design is kind of, this one doesn't even appear to connect to anything. Whoops, that's definitely what I wanted to pick up, was the vehicle fuel. How could you tell? So the issue is that picking these up, we can pick up a few of them without like missing out on too much. But yeah, we're just wasting cerebral substrate. It's not a big deal. Cerebral substrate's pretty cheap to come by. It's just a handful of matter replication gel. It's very inexpensive. While looking at it now with this, like, I guess more experienced look at things, I don't necessarily want to dump all of it. However, it will come back down this way, so I might be able to nab the cube on the way. I'd like to upgrade our tanks, though, in general. Because even if we don't have a lot of space, like one Sherman tank is, I think, twice the value of this and not that much more space, right? Yeah, one Sherman tank here will do better than that by a lot. So it is going to be a bit of a waste for now, and we need to pay attention to things we have connected. Like, for example, green wires go galore. Both here and here, green wires connect. So I have to make sure they connect everywhere. 20 Stream Streak Fabian, I appreciate you. Hello, hello. So nice to see you. Okay, I'm going to try and disconnect this. Let's pay attention to the wires. Pay attention to the wires. Is there a good way to, like, I wish you could just upgrade planner the wires, kind of, if that makes sense. I guess with tanks, there's not often a tank replacement. Let's start on this side. This connects over to these two inserters. So these two inserters need to be connected. We'll keep track of those. I'll ping them for my own sanity. And I'm going to waste a bunch of gel here. Identify that. That's fine. We'll just restart the process. We have plenty of the basic matter replication stuff. That connected somewhere. Let me put it back because I'm not sure. That is a red wire that goes across here. So if I can get rid of the reliance on that red wire, which it seems like it's fine to do here, I'm just going to bring it around here, and then I'm going to disconnect the red wire. I guess I could just break down this now. Boom. Great. So that is two of them gone. Hopefully we can throw down our Sherman tank over here. I guess I'll put it here. It doesn't meaningfully matter too much. Cool. I could also have pumped it out into the Sherman tank to save a little bit, but I'm not sweating it too much. Again, this stuff is fairly easy to make. Normally, I'm very particular about it and careful. Oh, interesting. So the way these tanks work is not how I would have expected, but I guess because base Factorio doesn't have other tanks, it kind of makes sense. It appears that it's just trying to level the tank out to a percentage, right? So this tank now has 34,000 out of 20,000, and this has only 4.2, but they look like they're roughly, what, 20% of the tank's capacity? Interesting. I wouldn't have expected that. I would have expected them both to go to, you know, whatever the middle ground is, 20,000 or whatever. 19. Cool, 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 cool. So I'm actually going to waste even more, I think. I'd like to try to fit 2 tanks in here. Can I fit 2 Sherman tanks in here? No, they're going to be one off. Okay, that's fine. I mean, 1 is still an upgrade, like I said before, so I'm going to disconnect that, and then hopefully we can rewire everything relevant. So these were connected over to here. There's a green wire coming over here. I'm pretty sure this just needs to go over there, and I think that was like the major thing. There's a green wire that goes down here as well, but I think that was the important thing, was that wire going out there. I should have paid more attention to it. I'm not going to undo it all. We'll figure it out. What is this reading? Okay, this currently has no input either, so that's probably the other way it needed to go. Awesome. So now that's reading whether or not we need an appropriate amount of... we need to fill up our stuff effectively, but I want to change this rule as well. So this is currently looking for less than 10k. I want this to be less than 150k. We're going to just scale up everything. These Sherman tanks are really, really nice for it. And keep in mind, though, that 10k before was looking at 40k. So even though it seems like it's a very dramatic upscale by like 15 times, it's still big, but it's like 4 times instead of 15 times. Anytime there's like a relevant resource, we should be doing that, though, because I completely forgot we had these tanks. The most important thing, though, is upgrading those circuits, because we can replace them all we'd like. But when we upgrade the circuits, or if we don't upgrade the circuits, it won't make too big of a difference. It'll actually be a downgrade by a lot, unless we multiply the circuit by like the amount of tanks we're taking into account before. Because if we're reading 1 tank, then, you know, and there's 10 of them, then when that tank is filled, it was filling 1/10 of its actual, like, normal filling amount. This makes sense in my head. I'm sure it's logical somehow. Let's go ahead and move this over a little bit, and we'll double up on these tanks. I think the cerebral substrate is actually quite important. I mean, it's clearly quite important. We'll reconnect the logic over to here, which I assume was this. There we go. We're reading the substrate now. We want this to be over 200k now. Unfortunately, it repaired itself, which is not that big of a deal. Wait, no, that's fine. No, that's not fine. Everything is awful. Just kidding. Everything's fine. Cool. So now this is just going to rip through a good chunk of stuff. The circuit is reading to make sure that we have enough matter replication gel. Are we completely out, or is it just not reading that anymore? It's just not reading anymore. Like I said, this is just going to be a few different situations where we have to kind of figure out where our circuits went wrong. This isn't reading the gel at all anymore. Ah, okay. Wait, I don't see. I kind of see, like, this cable should just be connected up here, I suppose. I really hate connecting wires like that. I feel like I'm going to have something like double or triple read. I'll need to burn it again. Hopefully we have enough despair and joy able to be put in there. Cool. So now the logic should be like not outputting this until we have 200k. So it's going to run a bunch of times now. This is going to be a very important resource, so I think spending a lot of extra time here will be good. Alright, apparently it's not gonna, because I did not wire these up to a logical thing. That's fine. It'll come back around and do it later. Again, we're scaling up a few different things at once now. I actually kind of want to set up a second storage tank of this. I know I kind of like alluded to it before. I could certainly put one a little away. It'd be nice if we could have them be like adjacent though, or like closer. A lot of cables there. I think I'll just put it down here. It's not as ideal as it could be, but it's good enough, right? Just so we have some more space. I'll have to change the logic again, though. Alright, yeah, so these are looking for 20k, which is why these aren't overfeeding. We're going to look for 150k. I want these to spend so much time here. I want to have so much of this gel available to us in the maze. Our circuit is also going to be reading wrong, so let's upgrade that. Actually, no, that's fine. Cool. So, I hope. Do I have this backwards? It's checking the... Which one is this circuit outputting? I guess I can follow the output and figure it out. So your output's going down here. No, it's not. Your input's going over there. You're checking for if there's more than 10,000 matter units. If there is less than an X amount of gel and more than 4K steam. Why would I have a less than circuit here? I guess this circuit's checking if it should go left or not. Did I just have the circuit wrong the whole time? Okay, wait a minute. This circuit sends you all the way up. Do I not have a logic set up? Okay, so I see. Never mind. I know what this circuit does. This circuit's sending it to go get matter units. So we're checking to make sure that we weren't out of a specific amount of gel. So my rolls on this circuit are actually fine. I want it to be whatever I had before. Less than or equal to 20k is fine. Where's the logic for coming over here? It's simply checking 20k. Cool. So I just want it to be 150k. I really wish I used the cider combinators for everything, or at least like combinators in general for everything, because currently it's a little bit like confusing because some of these just have a rule of like, look at how much is in this container, and there's so many wires around. Had I had a better experience or more knowledge with that kind of stuff before, I probably would have utilized it a lot better, but I didn't. So we're suffering for it now, but that's just part of the deal, unfortunately. I'm gonna burn through this really quick, and then we're gonna put down another Sherman tank here. There's a green cable that connects to the pump as well as going around, so we'll have to reconnect that pump cable. Got rid of that tank really quickly. Make another Sherman tank or two. I was gonna call them the pump upgrades. The storage tank upgrades are actually so significant. I'm surprised at how nice they are, to be honest. Alright, so I'm going to plug in some logic again, or I guess some wiring, and we need to figure out exactly what we're looking at. So this is looking for less than 26k. I'm going to make this 150k. This will eat a bunch of our steam. We should probably upgrade the steam in the main part of our base as well. Oh, this is not pumping down there either. Spaghetti. It is what's on the menu today, so hopefully you're hungry, and if you're not, I apologize, but we're still having spaghetti. Okay, the steam looks fine. Again, this is going to rip our steam reserves, which are already quite low. This shouldn't matter too much in practice, because currently the steam is not being used to power the base meaningfully. Big tank is so right flip. I think I'm going to replace all these clusters with them as well. It's unfortunate that they don't follow the same design shape, but it's not that different. Alternatively, I bet you these ones are a little bit smaller, so I could probably do that. Maybe not, though. Nah, there's no chance. We would need like one tile bigger. But like, just mathematically, at least one of these tanks is equated to like 8 of these. So if we can fit each one in this area, we can just store more of everything. Now, keeping in mind that every time we do this, every goodness time, we will need to take advantage of the fact, or at least be aware of the fact that I don't want water in here. Oh, good. Those are the straight pipes. Perfect. We're going to just have to like fix wiring for things that have like a specific check that they're looking for. If they're looking for steam or anything else like that, we have to be very careful. Again, it shouldn't matter in theory, and thankfully we have those fancy schmancy ones. Oh, it should be fine. It's stuck in there now because we've run out of steam like entirely, which is totally fine. Because again, I set this up initially with the intention of not, like, it'll be fine. Everything, we just need a bunch of steam. Go make steam. Make me proud. Become steam. Become what you must, which is a bunch of steam. Boiler not quite connected to left tank. You know, it's funny because like I just noticed that it doesn't quite connect over here as well, so I'm glad you said something. We'll make the factory grow. I kind of hate this actually. I don't hate it, but I hate it a little bit, if that makes sense. It's not that bad. I'm being dramatic. It's important to do. Hey, Cube. Actually, Cube, just follow your heart. I do need to plug this in because I know we need the steam logic somewhere. I don't know where. So what are you checking for now to see where you go? You're looking for... You don't have logic anymore. I'm guessing you're plugged into this tank, were you? I would be correct in my assessment. Let's look at, again, we're going to look at 150k as our number of the day, so to speak. I'm gonna let the cube do its thing. This is way too little steam for what we want, so I'm going to hopefully upgrade our storages a little bit more in the meantime. now that we're looking at things bigger, I'm just trying to look at it from the perspective while we're setting up this science that while the cube is broken into 64 much cuter, smaller, and somewhat more spectral cubes, we are not going to be able to take advantage of its cubosity for a little bit. So I think it's probably in our best interest to spend as little time as small as possible. Heck. It's so hard to fit through here. It's driving me crazy. How the heck did I get up there in the first place? Maybe I just got rid of a steam engine. Honestly, getting rid of a steam engine here is going to go crazy, thinking about it. It looks nicer this way. It looks deliberate. We're clearly, like, very far behind in our steam. It's a shame that we can't... Oh, no, we can run it off other stuff, right? We have, like, fuel or something. Why are you stuck down there? It looks like you have everything you need. I must have messed up how much it can offload or something like that. How does this line up? Maybe we'll do it like that, and then we'll do one more. This should be a crazy amount of storage now. Not enough steam for tar. Oh, I forgot it was steam. Everything is steam if you think about it. Look, like setting up the science for 3.5 hours yesterday, which was totally not 3.5 hours, but actually it might have been kind of close. It was like 2.5 or something. We just need to take time to fix some stuff. If we fix it now, it'll be better later on. Plus, like, I genuinely don't think the new science will be okay if we don't take time to do this kind of stuff right now. It might end up being fine, but I'd be surprised. All right, everything's lighting up here. It looks good. Let's go rescue our lovely cube and hopefully make some more steam in the meantime. Yeah, it's the steam. Unfortunately, our gelatinous tar stocks are pretty small right now. Everything should fix itself in time. We just need to start actually, like, you know, getting things fixed up. If you do not schedule factory maintenance, your factory will schedule it for you. That's actually like an incredibly insightful way to put it. You're totally on the nose. So what's my logic here? You only activate when what? You have no rule on when to activate. You have a rule when to activate. Are you reading anything anymore? I don't think you are. You're certainly not. That's another thing that we can hook up. Though I'm surprised these don't seem to have any wiring at all. They had wiring towards each other for one of them. Cool. I knew we were going to run out of unstable answer. I assumed we would because of the gelatinous tar situation, so that's fine. This is checking for tar? It is. Great. So this is only going to get used when necessary, but I figured we'd get some steam going in the meantime. Really should just put the cube down the normal line and have it do its thing. So this logic is checking for the gelatinous tar signal, which is checking for whether or not we have enough gelatinous tar and if we have a constant number of condensed fuel. This will repeat itself, right? What do you repeat yourself with? Okay, so your logic is if there's more than 450 there or less than 450, you'll just keep stocking them. That's totally fine. I don't think that's really sufficient anywhere either, but it's fine enough right now. Okay, I've noticed you didn't make steam for me. You know what? That's totally my bad because it appears that I didn't connect logic over here. I think this is where it needed. Yep, okay. Because this will only turn on once it's past a certain number. We'll make it 150k. It should have enough steam, but again, it's going to need to run a few times around. There's a lot of tar needed too. I mean, it's fine. Again, this is a good thing. I'm finally thinking, I mean, I've been thinking the whole time like this, but I'm finally like putting together the logic that's necessary for having it so that the factory will make a ridiculous amount of stuff before moving on. Granted, I also don't want to spend too much time in an area doing it, but I think having a really big stockpile leads the cube to be able to spend more time in places where it needs to be more frequently, rather than all the way over there where I set up oil and stuff. What are we missing things for? Ah, right, my construction down there. Cool, cool, cool. So let's go back to actually designing the science. One thing that I have to face is the calcium shortage of 2026. How are we doing on that? It looks like our calcium is going back up. Fantastic. I'm guessing it's because we're processing ores properly. That was stressing me out quite a bit last time. I think that's the biggest issue there. So let's start making some intelligent calcium over here. I guess I'll just copy the intelligent calcium setup over here. I mean, I'll copy the buildings at least. So it's 5 to 5, so it must be 4 that we need this time. So we'll just put down these over here. I'm going to just deconstruct a few of these things. Cool. And there is our 4 buildings. So what do we need for these? We need calcium. I'm not going to look at the calcium number basically at all. I'm going to just hope that it's fine basically. And then we need those basic contemplation cards. Oh, my bad. Tank is technically connected to a boiler via underground. Okay, cool. I was gonna say, did I forget to fix it? They look like they have steam at least right now. They look good. Fingers crossed. Again, this is like the backup boiler for producing steam, but I think having it just kind of fill through this the first time is going to be a good idea. Pipeline contents 1.1 million. Very nice. That's what we're kind of hoping for. Wonderful, wonderful. I very much appreciate pointing out if I miss something, because I do it often and then I don't figure it out until much, much, much later, which is a huge pain. So I'm always down for it. It appears I may have grabbed an important pipe. Ah, no, that's just going to be the cerebral substrate, which again, the cerebral substrate's like empty right now. A lot of things in the factory are going to need to just like fill up for a while with these new tanks, but I do think it's a worthy upgrade, so I'm glad we went for it. Okay, so let's bring the calcium over in the contemplation cards. It looks like calcium actually makes it right down to here. Should I take calcium from the other science build? I don't think I really have much of a say in it. It's also up here, and it's like a full belt of it. Those are really the two places I could think about ripping calcium from right now. Now, the downside of this one is that calcium is half belted here and whole belted here. So I'm thinking I'm more tempted to take this one and just bring it down here with this pipeline. So let's start there. Oh my goodness, right. This is the exact same build. Silly me. We'll just take both these things. Now, should I put these both on the same belt is the question. These consume 0.5 and 1 per second. We can certainly put them both on a belt. 45 items per second on a red belt, or 30 items per second, excuse me, on a red belt. Still not going to be nearly the consumption required for this. Granted, if everything's running at once, it might be a problem. I should probably just upgrade plan to the base. What's the worst that can happen, right? Last time I talked about doing this, it was just like, what's the worst that can happen, right? Surely it's a good idea to do this now and there's no downside and nothing's going to break, right? Surely, right. Just the whole base, like it's time. This is a very, very good idea, and there's nothing wrong with this idea. I always get nervous upgrade plannering. Surely I wouldn't have belt weaved. I don't remember belt weaving. We're doing it. I'm committing. Which is to say the factory is going to be very much lacking belts for a while. But I think upgrading everything now is a good time because I want to use this belt anyways, and it's a red belt, so it's an older one. This stresses me out so much. I know it shouldn't stress me out that much. Oh, I kind of have to change where this is a little bit too. Bring that back one. That's better. I guess my best bet is to drag it down and just combine right here. Boom. There's our belt. Easy peasy. Surely I didn't belt weave anywhere. I'm going to keep coping with that for a while. I'm really hoping I didn't, but it's possible that I did. It's funny because part of the reason I'm doing this now is because I kind of want to set up purple belts like as soon as we're done with this stuff. I'm aware that we're missing a bunch of belts right now, but they should be produced at an okay speed. I should probably speed module the belt maker because there's only a few hundred in there, right? Oh, I forgot we set up all these advanced engine unit makers too. We'll probably actually be fine to produce this, or finish this job pretty quick. Looks like this maxed out at, assuming this is 200 per stack, like what, 2,000? So maybe it won't be so bad. Maybe it will be too, we'll have to see. Being that they're bringing me stuff at a pretty decent pace, I think we're fine. We'll just let nature run its course on it and not stress it ourselves. And then if we see some really broken belts, we'll figure it out. But that's the joy of the upgrade planner. It's a mystery until it goes really wrong, and then it's no longer a mystery because everything is instead awful. So where do we want to make our stuff? I don't want to make it too close to here. I'm thinking maybe down here in this area because this area is kind of free. The belt is kind of far from there, admittedly, though. This stuff doesn't have to be exactly here, but I would like it to be here. So yeah, I'm going to try and bring the belt somewhere else. I mean, I could do it up here too. Maybe I'll just do it right on this line because it's pretty compact there too. Let's do that. I like that more. That way it's kind of where we need it already. That's a little bit too close, but that's fine. Sweet. So let's bring the belt down here. We'll load up our intelligent calcium, which is still one of the most fascinating and frankly a little bit alarming items I've ever dealt with in a Factorio mod at all. I don't even think it's like kind of close. Like, what the heck? Why is my intelligent calcium so intelligent? I guess why is my calcium intelligent in general is more the question that I kind of want to bring forth. Am I wrong for working with intelligent calcium, or am I right for making calcium intelligent, you know? The moral questions begin to raise themselves, and I don't know if I'm really in a position to answer them. I guess I'll underground there, but I think I'll do it like that. Let's get some power over here. Great, so we have our intelligent calcium coming through. I think we need to upgrade the storage for basic contemplation cards as well. I'm willing to bet this comes from like the main part of it. It appears we're clearing them out pretty quickly. It'll take a little bit of time to get all of them upgraded, but I think it's worth it, like I said before. Next thing's going to be those loaders. That's a big one. I think this is our main source of them. We already upgraded the storage, but I want to make sure that we make a ton of them while we're here. I think there's also our recipe to make them while the cube is small. We'll consider that. Tuck it in your head for now, and we'll figure it out later if we think it's a good idea. So the rule for this is we're looking for 1,000 in the box. I'd like to upgrade this to a lot more than that, to be honest with you. How about 10,000? That's a little overzealous. How about we bring it to 8 instead? I still think it's a high number, but we can do it. Thought tucked, good. Whip, I can always count on you to keep on top of things. Okay, let's make that 8,000. So the logic for you is simply looking at this here. So that's good. This should be outputting this. Once it hits 8,000, it'll stop. I just want a real big buffer because we're using these for a lot of things now. And again, the goal of the game is not... I mean, the goal of the game is kind of to keep a good SPM, but at the same time, like, we want to make sure that we're taking advantage of the cube's time and where it is in a place. It does go through a big old circuit right now. In my ideal world, the cube will basically be sitting kind of like in a centralized area and then be sent off to where it needs to go at any given time. That makes sense, rather than being fully reliant on this like big circuit we have now where it just goes around the base effectively with some, you know, cut downs and stuff to skip through the line effectively. But I'd like to have it so it stays more centralized, maybe on a train or something, and then takes the train to its destination, does the thing for a while there, and then goes home and chills. That's the ideal, so we don't have to be like, uh-oh, the cube is across the map, it's not doing anything right now, but it's sitting over by the gelatinous tar. The coal's looking surprisingly fine still too, which is nice. Yeah, look at that. There's so much excess tar in here now. That's my logic, at least. Let's go back to our build that we were starting. Oh yeah, we've already gone through like hundreds of those. That build should be fine, or that upgrade to the base should be fine. I was putting it off because I was getting nervous though. So what else do we need here? We need Besselheim flasks and cerebral substrate. The substrate is easy. The flasks are a little bit trickier for us. Question remains how we want to get those flasks. Currently, we're going to be consuming 2 flasks per second here if we want to keep up 100% of the time, which I think I'd like this part to be at least 2 flasks per second boils down to... I'm sure I have flasks up here. Right, we have no substrate. That makes sense. It hasn't been in the substrate machine in a while. I probably broke the logic on when it goes to the substrate machine, so I should fix that as well. Where do I make flasks up here? Surely I must make flasks up here, right? Yeah, because flasks go in here. How do you get your flasks is the question. Okay, it's this belt here. I just didn't really recognize it because of all the upgrade plans on it. I have 2 makers, which makes 2 per second, which takes 8 glass per second, which is this entire stack here. This stack makes glass that looks like it doesn't really do too much. Okay, it's glass used for circuits and stuff. I think probably our best bet is to have a dedicated setup like this again. Currently, these produce 4 sand per second. Each one of these produces consumes, excuse me, 2 sand per second. So it's 1 to 2, 1 to 2, 1 to 2. So this is a perfect stack here. I think we just make 1 more of these somewhere, to be honest. Alternatively, we can speed module this one. See where that gets us. Maybe that's a better idea because the convenience of the locale, right? We have speed modules now. So it goes from... it's not quite a full improvement, I should say. Rather than being 0.5 per second, it makes sense since our speed modules are 20% speed. I think we just got access to beacons, but I don't think we can actually use the beacons yet, can we? I also wanted to see what the size of a beacon was, so let me check that really quick. Is that normal beacon size? 3x3? Yeah, it's a normal beacon size. It's just a little bit taller. Beacons take 4 instead of 2, and their distribution efficiency is 0.5 instead of an improved one. Consumes 2 units of beacon juice per second to transmit the effect of modules to nearby machines. So with beacons, we could, in theory, improve this build to probably push over that point, but I don't think it's worth it, to be honest. Logically, I struggle to see the value in it. Now, part of what this glassmaker is doing is feeding red circuits, and I think it's like a fairly accurate distribution. So let's just remake it all together. I think it might fit kind of close in there, but I don't think it quite fits. I don't know how to make beacon juice, but it sounds valuable. Now, do you think beacon juice would be something that you would be interested in tasting is the question. I'm not totally sold on it right now. Well, this is kind of chunky now that I'm looking at it. Got some significant size to it. I could upgrade the build slightly, I suppose. 100% yes. I'm glad you're super on board for beacon juice without really considering the depth of it. Like, I'm not being judgmental here. Like, live your best life. If you're down for beacon juice, have your beacon juice. Do not let me yuck your yum, as they say. But I taste it by sticking my tongue out and not by putting it in my mouth. Reasonable. I think that that's like the scientific method, right? When you're in science class, they tell you to make sure that you put your nose above the beaker and smell the thing and not like waft it. I always thought about that. I don't know why. That really stuck with me. I think because I remember seeing some kid when I was young, like really like huffing whatever's in the beaker. Really taught me about like survival instincts and stuff like that at a young age. I guess I wasn't that young. Okay, why are you stuck over here? What happened? There you are. We can't offload steam quick enough. This is a problem that we had manifested before. I don't think it's going to be a common problem for us. We should be above our 8,000 mark now, so this should be looking to drop off the queue pretty soon. Yeah, I'll just be one more activation. This is a rare issue. I'm not going to consider this to be an actual problem. Oh, I'm so conflicted. It just takes a lot of space. Maybe I'll just do it down here, but it means we need to bring the stone down there, which is a little bit annoying. I could also do it over here maybe, but it's like, it's really big if we want to use that exact design. I could turn the stack, which would save a lot of space. Maybe we'll just do that. I like that idea. Let's turn the stack. So let's take this design and we'll move it. Should we do it right here? I mean, we could. Doesn't quite line up though. I think I kind of want to do it in here, to be honest. I could pull it straight from the train. Is that brilliant? No, that's really not. I mean, it could be kind of brilliant. I wish I didn't put the train stop there. I guess I can move the train stop back a little bit. That would solve a lot of my problems. I'm really debating whether or not I just want to make it like all the way out here. What? Why are there 2 belts out here? Let's just make it over here and then we'll bring it over, I suppose. I'll copy the exact design. It should be easy enough to do it like that. Could put another set of train unloaders on the right side of the track. That's a good point. I don't think I've ever double unloaded a train before. I like it conceptually though. It does give us a lot more freedom. I wonder if that'll stress the train too much. Surely not. I mean, the train's not really unloading right now. I presume it's because of science in general, but I really like this idea, so I am going to try and build it in the train track lines now. Very clever. Alright, back to idea 1, or I guess idea 2 or 3, whichever number it was where we've decided on trying to have it go. Can I fit you in here? Sure can. How about here? Trying to have it so that the stuff unloads into a stack that is, I guess, horizontal or vertical, whichever one is proper here. Surely horizontal, because the horizon is horizontal. Is that the way people generally remember how horizontal works? See, this is space efficient. Put it right in the middle of your rail and pray that you'll never need to have a rail that cuts through here. Flawless design. Cool. This will take a little bit to come up though, obviously. Horizontal is the same as horizon. Vertical is not horizontal. See, that's what we're looking for. We figured it out then. Wise Wolf, so nice to see you. Hello, hello, welcome. I've never, like, unloaded a train from both sides. It feels a little dirty, to be honest with you. I feel like I'm doing something wrong. Something about it. Like, the train is just, like, I guess it's living its best life. I'm not doing something to, like, make the train not live its best life or anything, but it feels like I am. Turns out this is an extremely common tactic you haven't figured out in 700 hours of Factorio. Oh, okay, that's fair, honestly. I'm gonna handcraft most of the stuff for this. Again, I should eventually set up these furnaces, but I keep telling myself we're almost done with furnaces, and I think we are. I don't have anything to really back that up with, though. I keep telling myself it anyways. Oh, we're getting really close to finishing the upgrade. It does seem a little perverse. It does. There's something about it that just... I don't know. I like to think of myself as a fairly moral person. You know? Trying to stay on the good side of karma is a good way to put it. Hello, little bots. Thank you. I can't wait for this next bot speed upgrade. They're doing great now, for the record. I'm not, like, upset with them, but could always be a little bit faster. Especially for someone who handcrafts a lot of stuff. Yeah, it should be the last two we need, so we can start processing it down here. Then we do need to craft our 8 electric furnaces, which are about as expensive as a crusher. It's a little bit less, but it's basically the same thing. So we'll get those going as well. I hope I'm still in Roboport range. I certainly am, so they can bring it down here. There's a dead spot on this side, though, so I'm going to just put one here. It's a little bit wasteful, but that way we don't have a dead spot, so the logistic bots don't just randomly walk away. Alright, so we're starting to crush over here. We'll get this up and running. Should we make the flasks over here? I don't see why not, right? I would like the science to finish here. I think that would be a really radical design if we can make that work. I don't know if we can make it work, but if we can, we may as well. So let us take the flasks, which we're just going to copy from... Where doth the flasks being made up here? What? Oh, there are the flasks. I thought they were coming from the top side. I was very confused. My poor brain. All right, it's only 2 of them. So 2 of them, it's 2 glass to 1 flask per second. And our current design, which might need to be scaled up, admittedly, is that exact thing. So we'll just make 2 glass makers over here. We can always expand it out, but keep it simple for now. Make it work, and then we can fix it later if need be. Although I am very much a proponent of, like, if you can overdo it in the beginning, it's a good idea to when possible, but obviously it's not always possible when you're dealing with the cube trademark. Because there's a lot of things to take in. Like, it could be like way... You could be overbuilding it. You're not overbuilding it ever. And if you're questioning if you're overbuilding it, congratulations for being a free thinker, but you are not, in fact, overbuilding it. You're underbuilding it by a lot. But also, like, the cube is stuck again. Why is the cube stuck? Oh, no, it's running, right? Isn't that sparking me it's running? No, I guess not. I know where you are, cube. Why are you stuck? The output for the water is full. I didn't know that water could, like, get full, to be honest with you. That's a new one for me. I guess we're pumping it out, but we're not really making much steam, presumably because this is empty. Okay, that makes sense to me then. The water getting full makes a lot of sense. Look at all that gel. Alright, over-under on matter replication gel being, like, edible. I'm not even saying tasty at this point, I'm just saying something you could successfully consume. Because I am curious about it, but I'm thinking the odds of it being actually, like, consumable, edible. I guess edible and consumable are, like, the same thing conceptually. I think the odds are low. Gel is inert. Does that mean it's not edible? Okay. That's a shame. Unfortunate. I was kind of hoping for some matter gel, but you know what? That's life. Sometimes you have to be... Let's not do whatever the heck I just did. Sometimes you have to be satisfied with not getting exactly what you want. Honestly, it's a good lesson for a lot of people. In this case, I was hoping that matter gel was both edible and nutritious. And the fact that it's probably not really, I wouldn't say it put a damper on my day. My day's not ruined, but you know, it just gives you something else to think about that you might not have thought about before. Like how life is unfair. I kind of want to cut through here, so I'm going to do that. I actually really like cutting through my furnace builds. I don't know why. It's a little bit cursed, admittedly. So there are Besselheim flasks. Flip, that video you posted, I was like watching it, and the more I watched it, the more my brain was hurting, but I was really liking it. It was very funny. I almost wanted to call it cursed, but it's really not cursed. It's just very blessed. Cool. So we want our... Well, we don't have to make our flasks, right? These are done. So we can just have this pump right into our bottled consciousness maker, which will be nice. So let's bring this over here. Now, something a little bit unfortunate with our design is that these aren't going to be able to share a belt, which is not the end of the world or anything, but it'll take a little bit more space here if we want to try and keep things concise. And we're probably going to want to feed it like this instead. So we're going to need long-handed inserters as well as bulk inserters. This Factorio track goes crazy. This track plays when I do my best thinking, I swear. Hey, maybe that's overthinking it a little bit. The Factorio soundtrack is really nice, though. I'm a big fan of it. I've glazed it before, though. No mystery to anyone. Heck, I keep setting this up wrong every time. There we go. So we'll have these come out here and then connect. The reason I'm leaving this lane here is just so we have a nice little place to, like, effectively offload. This is already getting a little bit cursed in the piping department, but you know what? Sometimes you have to just endure some cursed piping, you know? It'll work out better in the end. So we now have our bottled consciousness coming through. It should be a bountiful feed of it as well, which is going to be enough for our bottled euphoria and our bottled anguish. I think I determined I wasn't going to make the euphoria and anguish on site, right? Apparently I did not determine that. Instead, I'm not going to make the cerebral substrate on site, which makes sense, I suppose. I have a dedicated maker up there, but it's already being used for things, so I can understand why I wouldn't have wanted to do that in the moment. If we can keep this maker up here, I would like to be honest, because these currently just take fluids. So I can put it over here. They'll output in the middle, and as long as I can get the fluids, we want to move it a little bit to the side because it'll be, I mean, I guess the pipe might not be that bad. If we have it outload like this, we can keep it really compact. Just in this one little corner here, we've got basically everything we need. We just need to be able to get joy and anguish successfully over here, which we make, hopefully, over here. Fingers crossed, although that's a tough one. I wonder if I should scale up how much of the substrate we have. You're still in a thing I thought you would have left by now. Wait, what thing are you in? Where are you? What is that material? Is that something I've made before? We've run out of deep powder. That is truly something I did not expect to ever happen. I'm going to dismiss it as a problem that was manifested by the cube's time, hopefully. Fingers crossed. I completely forgot about deep solution. So I'm going to go ahead and nab the cube really quick. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I was just trying to put my other stuff in. I'm going to send the cube down to the mine while we're working here. I think most other things are fine for the moment. I think that's the cube line. That is the cube line, but it's the wrong cube line. I hate it here. We'll have to fix that really quick. That's the cube line that we want going on. Again, we had a bit of a kerfuffle last time with the cube there, so hopefully it'll be fine. Cool. So everything's looking fine right now. The cube will go fix that up. There's a good chunk of storage here too. I should probably change the rule so it'll go pick things up if there's like any here at all. Currently, the interrupt is looking for... Heck, I always look at them wrong. If it's greater than 2,000, I want to go if it's greater than 0, really. I don't leave like a few thousand in there. Process everything. It's very wasteful to have that rule. I don't know why I had it like that before. Greater than 0 should be fine. Actually, I think I just had it greater than or equal to 0, which is not fine. There we go. That's better. Greater than 0. Hopefully this works this time. Again, we upgraded this to have these loaders here, which hopefully has this unloading a little bit quicker. So the cube can do a few things. Once these are better loaders, it should be fine. No, cube. That was the saddest thing I've ever seen. No, go back and pick up the cube. Why is it so off? I guess the 20 seconds of inactivity misses the cycle slightly. Bummer. There's got to be a better rule I can have here. I mean, I could really set it so that it just checks like the specific contents of something. Like it only leaves the stop once there's like 6K or something. I really messed up this stop. We really need to fix that. I don't know exactly how to do it right now, though. Let's focus on this build for the moment. We'll swing back to it. Okay, so our bottled consciousness is coming through here. Just going into here. We need another substation over here, so we'll put one down. We need to successfully get our pipes across as well for our joy and sorrow, right? Joy and despair. I can't believe it's not sorrow. Sorrow feels like a much... I mean, okay, I'm being way too judgmental here. It's probably like a very deliberate choice. Is this a dead zone? It's not a dead zone. Let's move these out of the way because these don't have to be here. This was just for our reference before, and these chemical plants are referencing stuff we're not doing quite yet. So we need our joy and our despair if we want to make it over here, and then we can have both these come out on a belt over here and then come down here and do something. The question remains, how do we, in an appropriate way, have it so that our joy and despair make it down here? Assuming we make it right here, which we don't technically have to. We can make it a little bit higher, which I actually think I'm going to do to start. Let's move this over to the side a little bit, and then let's move these ethanol pipes so that we can have a higher build for it. Move this up a little bit. Again, I'm just trying to make things compact so that we can have a little bit more space for our designs. I think it's a good idea. I mean, it's certainly not a bad idea. It could be a bad idea. The closer everything is, the more I can fit in one area, and that means the cube has to go less places, especially in a situation like this where the cube actually needs to go through here. That was actually a big waste of cerebral substrate. That's a rough machine to move. Thankfully, it's not that big of a deal. Maybe I should set up a few more grinders for this. It shouldn't really matter in practice. This recipe is what, 4,000 or 2,000? 2,000. How much do we need? It produces 10k each time. It'll be fine for now, probably, hopefully. Yeah, it's only checking that we have 5,000 in there anyways. That'll be fine. It was just like a fluke, hopefully. I don't think it's actually a fluke, and it's something we will and still need to like deal with eventually, but again, I'm going to go ahead and play on that future Miko problem thing that I do sometimes. Okay, cool. So we have our two fluids coming through here. Despair is the upper one, and Joy is the lower one. Question remains, how do we get it through? I think an underground here is our best bet. And then move it over there, and then we should be able to pretty easily get it from there. I realize now that this design won't work, probably because these would have to be fed anyways, though. I don't think we're going to be able to make it as lined up as I wanted to. Instead, I'm going to try and make it so that it's stacked and then goes to the same area, hopefully. So I'm going to move the science down there so we have a little bit more space to build over here. We can probably get rid of this tag for another science as well. I think we figured that out by now. Cool, it's running through the systems now. Great, so that goes there, that goes there. And now we have, once we run this machine for the first time, we'll have access to some joy and despair. This is an isolated system of joy and despair, keep that in mind. The question remains once more, should we put them in tanks? I think the answer is probably yes. I think we have small tanks for joy and despair up here, yeah, small ones. We have some logic coming through here. I imagine it's checking to see if it needs to come down here based on how much joy and despair we have. Not on that one, at least. Oh, hello, cube. It's probably on this one. Maybe? I guess not. That's the substrate to see if it would come through here. It's right here. I see. Okay, here's our logic. So this is checking to see if there's enough substrate and if there's enough ethanol. We're not really checking our joy. Okay. The ethanol signal is looking to see if we need more joy or sorrow over here. Cool. So that's why I set up this stack of combinators a long time ago, and it just doesn't really happen much because once we have all of our bots set up, and they don't even use much anyways. I do think this process might use more. But regardless of that, I do want a few tanks. I don't know if Sherman tanks are overkill for this or not, or like exactly what I should be doing. But now that I know that they exist, I have been using them very generously. I think I'll actually put them here. I think that looks nicer. Whoops, I didn't really want that on both sides of the belt. So I'm going to fix that really quick. There we go. So now we have... Wait, what? Why are these connected? These should not be connected. Why are these connected? Wait. I see. Okay, never mind. I figured it out. It's because these pipes are connected. They shouldn't be. We can fix that with some of the fancy elbow pipes. There we go. Now they're isolated. This being said, I didn't have this connected right in the first place, but it makes complete sense to me why they weren't connected now. What is a good way to bring this over? I guess I'll do it over here. It's a lot less clean than it was looking in my head, but it makes sense why we have to kind of do it like that. Hover into Hypercube U, such how much is left to do. I'm working on the 5th science right now. I have no idea how much more there is. Unfortunately, Hypercube, I assume it's Hypercube. I don't want to throw a flack if it's something I messed up, but they don't have the Factoriopedia active. I believe someone before said I'm roughly halfway through, but the second half is a lot harder than the first half, which is unfortunate because the first half felt pretty hard. So I'm gonna have to deal with that problem. Oh no, why does the cube keep getting stuck now? I know it's because of my changes, but why are you stuck in this one? Okay, we have so much gel cube. You're doing great, and I'm really proud. Uh-oh. Okay, a bot has picked up the cube and is now taking it into a storage somewhere. That was the last thing I wanted by doing that. It makes sense that it did that. Can I request the cube? Oh, I probably can, actually. Wait, this is smart. Why have I not done this before? Anytime I need the cube, I can just pull it out of the thing and then request it. Hold on. An IQ too high? Oh, I guess the bot's a little bit slow, huh? It does seem to use a pretty tremendous amount of energy to move it. Maybe it looked like it was struggling to move it. Oh no, it's definitely struggling to move it. Wait, I thought we picked it up. Come back. I'm really sorry. Thank you very much. The cube does get to have fun. It's true. The cube is very dense. Hopefully that's the right one. It looks like the right line. Perfect. Again, we should be good. This is checking to make the number really, really, really high. I'm surprised it ran again. I'm guessing it's just because it didn't check the condition. Or maybe I changed the condition to be dumb. No, it is 150. All right, it's just reading 148 because it dropped a little bit. That's what it is. Should be fine. We'll just leave it be. The reason our base stopped the upgrading as well is because that was off, because that is a required piece of it. Yeah, it's because the red belts were not being crafted, so now those are being crafted, so hopefully it'll be a lot better. So upgrade that to make it a little bit quicker as well. It's stuck there, but only because there's not like enough space on the belt, which again will be fixed once we get the better loaders or better belts in general, but for now it'll just be fine. It's not a very long stuck. It could be a lot worse after all. Okay, so We have our emotional decomposition here. We have our tanks. It'll run this process. How much emotional decomposition do we want to run? Ideally, the first time, I'd like to get the tank above like 150k. I feel like that's like a good plan in general for both of them. It does output 10k each, so it's 15 operations, which is going to be an absurd amount of our cerebral substrate. Certainly more than we can feasibly hold. I mean, actually, no, we can totally hold enough. Now I think there's 2 tanks there, and that's only like 100 or 250k. I guess it's more. It's like 400k. Either way, it's going to be a pretty tall order, so I don't think it'll finish once. This being said, we will start designing the rest of this. One thing I want to design kind of early is the logic for when the cube's going to do this process. Something unfortunate is that, again, this is really off the beaten path. To come down here, the cube goes through this logic here, which is just checking for deep core ore, which we're certainly going to need to upgrade, because this is currently looking for if the train is in the stop and if the deep core ore is very low, both of which are currently hopefully on point. I went to the wrong one. Okay, that's very peculiar. It will check if the train is stopped anywhere. I thought it was if it was stopped at a specific spot. What? Okay, so you physically won't leave a stop. I see. Interesting. Or 5 seconds of inactivity on that might come to bite me in the butt later on. I need to redo that condition anyways, because that's temporary up there. Okay, so this is currently set at 5 seconds of inactivity, or 0. It was 5 when I changed it. I'm going to set this back to 20. I know it's kind of a waste, but I need to figure out a better interrupt for that anyways. I didn't realize the circuits read like if the train is at a station condition was just for like the train being at any station. I thought it was this train at this station is what it was reading. Which is not exactly what I wanted. But it's fine. I'm not mad. Oh good, I forgot this was the spot where that stone patch was. I'm glad we cleared out most of it. So, let's look at our logic here. Let's get a new combinator down to start. Where's that one I was just looking at? Oh, I'm so lost on the map. There we are. Perfect. So I want a second one of these down here. Particularly, probably a third one as well. Similar to what we did here, where I want 2 combinators to be looking at some logic and then a third one to be outputting whether or not it's going to come down here literally at all. Because this is the off-ramp, so to speak. And this one's checking to see if we need to do emotional decomposition. It's going to be very similar to what we have over here because there's 2 different conditions that are very important and unique on their own that we need to be checking for. I don't know exactly what we want to be checking for. I'm going to guess it's going to be joy and despair, but we might need a few more of these actually. Thinking about it now, we're also going to want a separate one for our ghost crystals, I suppose. Because if we're completely out of ghost crystals, we probably want to process more. I don't know what else we want to check for, but for now, I think that's a good start. Let's leave these up here. We'll revisit it in a little bit. Whoops, that's not going to be able to have any power. This roll is going to be also a little bit contingent on our joy and whatnot in the tanks. I guess for now, we can just start with something very basic. We'll use a filter for it. We'll do a... Ooh, we're actually going to need a combinator for checking a few different things too. Oh, combinators. What a blessing on the world you are. And by that I mean I can't believe I had to take the time to learn these. I was going to call them dumb things, but that's a little bit reductive. They are interesting, but man, they're a head scratcher for someone such as myself. Cool, perfect. So let us use some logic here. We'll set this to 150,000 of each of them. We'll add joy and we'll add despair. Oh, you know what else we should actually add to is probably the substrate. I'm going to hope that the substrate is just fine, but that's a terrible way to do it. Currently, we can hold up to 400,000 substrate. I'm thinking the number might want to be higher. It shouldn't matter. It's really the first activation of these things is going to be where the problem manifests, which can manifest dramatically more if we end up being really low on something. So like, it's tough. We also need to remember too that like our production of this is contingent on this making the cube dormant, which is also a little bit annoying. I guess it's not that annoying. Did you really get stuck again? Oh, no, 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 don't do that, don't do that, don't... Alright, that's fine. I'll go pick up the cube from daycare, that was my bad. Kind of an ultimate blunder in regards to cube control. Cube control sounds like it'd be like a... Oh, I was gonna say a techno band from the 2000s, but I don't know if that's quite on the nose. Where is the cube? Wait, what? Oh, I have a cube request. I forgot. Bring it to me, the cube. May I have the cube, please? May I the cube? Can you like view a bot's inventory? Thank you for the cube. Honestly, cube request was one of the better decisions I've ever made. It's like not that important, but it is kind of super useful. Right, so this problem is popping up because there's not a good storage for the matter units in front of this. There is a storage, but I guess it's just not filling up quick enough. I think what I'm going to do to kind of fix that is a very like quick and dirty simple, where I just want a few splitters that will like prioritize putting stuff down this line over here. Again, I think it's really just the first time these things are running is where most of the problems are coming from. Although I'm a little surprised you ended up down here in general, to be honest. Why'd you come back over here? You're not reading the right thing anymore, are you? It's going left because it's trying to read that. It's not reading anything anymore. That's the problem. It's running when it doesn't have to. This should fix the logic now. Now it's like, oh, there's 167 of them, so we'll not go down there. Perfect. Gosh, there's so much to fix. I'm really debating what to do about this joy and despair. I'm almost tempted to tap into this one. It's like this joy and despair is not being used super often. And the luxury of that is like we can use this explicitly. Currently our backup for running this is to make sure this machine runs, which will need to run though, like, so maybe it'll be fine. But we have two runs. It comes through here because we need joy and despair, which is extremely unlikely. We don't really use joy and despair up here. The alternative is that it comes down here because we ran this machine and it determined we needed more. I do think this one will run very often though, so I'm hoping that it'll just be sufficient to keep running it. Fingers crossed, because I don't think this machine's basically ever running again, ever. Maybe it will, but I would be surprised if it has much more use. Either way, let us go return down here and see what it is we can do. We have our consciousness coming through here, our joy and despair. You matter. True. And this separates it. I wonder if there's like a method to just discharge the cube without like needing to do much. Granted, I could run on a smelter at like a really low recipe, but that feels wasteful. Because this specific thing, looking at it now, if we're making it down here, we do need a dormant cube. How are we going to dormant the cube? The most logical thing in my mind is the recipe to make... Oh, no, this dormanted. Okay, looking at it backwards. I was gonna say the rest to make joy and despair. But at that point, like, we may as well use the substrate down here as well. Although this should be fine up there, but because it comes down here, we can probably still set up a substrate maker. Just needs a replication gel. Logically, I don't think it's a terrible idea to set that up now that I'm looking at it more and more. It's really just bringing down the matter replication gel, which I don't think comes down anywhere near here. Yeah, that's where it stops. So it'd be kind of a pain to bring down that pipe. Other than that, I don't think it's a terrible idea to get it set up. I don't know. I'm just kind of spitballing right now. I want to move this over so that it's adjacent to the bell. Because we're going to be using some sort of like underground or something here to bring the cube off, so I don't want it to have to travel any extra spaces. Okay, so... we want the cube to come down here. We're going to check for the contents of these things. Not running any science is stressing me out. We want this to be greater than 150,000 and 150,000. There's another rule too, obviously, and that's to check for the ghost crystal, which means we probably want some sort of buffer to identify, you know, how much ghost crystal we're currently rocking. Makes complete sense to me. We'll set up 2 mausoleums. How about that? I don't think we're going to set up our own cards down here. I know I was considering it before, but I think the cards are probably fine with what we've changed so far. So I'm going to set up a few mausoleums, I think, with a couple fast loaders between them. Again, I'm really adopting that mindset of we should be spending as little time with the cube here as possible. So our ghost crystal comes through here, right? It's on a single belt. It'll load into here. Ideally, I mean, I guess we could potentially put it on 2 belts. It makes 100 per second, so maybe 2 belts is a better idea here. It's not too difficult to get these on 2 belts either with this setup, so I think I'm going to change my mind over to that. Again, it's just simply add another belt. That simple. Don't have to overthink it. Second belt can go through here. We can even underground if we're going to do the fluid through here, and then boom, 2 belts. Should load a little bit faster now. It can probably get rid of these as well just to keep it for 2 loading, because it should be perfectly symmetrical going through now. Probably want to handcraft some fast loaders in the meantime. I want to make a request for some green circuits, so I always have some on me to make those loaders quicker. Wonderful. So we have our buffer here. We can have this buffer be red and then ideally go into a combinator. We have one combinator here outputting red. Red is going to be our outputting combinator line. Keep this in mind. So this symbol is going to be something for joy and despair. What is a good symbol for joy and despair? Gamma waste stream. Probably not that. Oh, beacon juice does look kind of yummy though. You don't really think about it until you look at beacon juice. I wish there was something that would encompass both. There's probably like a symbol, right? We'll use a heart. How about that? I think joy and despair are both closely related to the heart, so we'll do that. We want this to be over 100k or 150k. Okay, if they're greater, then that's fine. Or less than, I should say. So now this is outputting a heart symbol. Over here, we'll have this enable, disable based on the heart symbol, and we'll have this one do it as well. I really like this. I want to call it a trick, but that's certainly not correct. Use filters. We'll filter it for the cube. This way we can have it so that it'll only repeat itself over and over again until, you know, we have enough joy and despair. So we will once more grab the heart symbol over here, and we'll have it so that if it's equal to the heart symbol, it'll keep running. If it's not equal to the heart symbol... No, I have it correct, actually, the first time. It'll go outwards to heart symbol. No, I had it wrong the 3rd, 2nd, 4th time. If it's heart, we want it to go back in. So I actually have this a little backwards. Whoops, I don't need to bring my map back like that. We want to instead have it... Look, these are really brain breaking for this one that we want. There we go. That's better. We can disconnect this one altogether and we can just have it go like that, and then disconnect that one, and we can just remove the filter from that one. Cool. So, because that's only going to take out the cube. We want this to be filtered for the better cube, not the dormant one. We could filter that for dormant anyways, I guess, to keep track of like things going out and coming in. They're in weird spots. So now, if we have too little, great. The cube goes through here. If we have enough, awesome. No more heart. Cube goes out. Very simple, to the point. We also now have this logic of, is there 150,000 of these in these tanks right now? And if the answer is no, then this wire will output that heart and say, please come down here. Step 1 is done. Step 2 is going to be, or at least a step 2, I think there's a few more steps than step 2 currently for us, is to bring this down here, and then we'll plug this in to the back, and we'll have this read for the amount of spectralite. Is that what it's called? No, ghost crystal. We'll look at the ghost crystal instead, and we'll look for each of these. I think they stack to 100, so each of these can hold like what, 10,000. So we'll look for 25,000. That's way too much, right? No, I guess not, because each of these recipes makes a crazy amount of them, right? Makes 100. I mean, that is a really tall order still. I mean, we do have 64 cubes coming through. This is fine. We'll look at 25k for now. So if this is less than 25k, we're going to output a ghost crystal with a value of 1. And that'll be our second symbol we're going to use here. It's not on currently, but that's only because we don't currently have power for it, but now it should kick right on. There's our output signal. So now we have Ghost Crystal 1, and we'll put that on the same red wire up there. So now we have these two symbols going out, Ghost Crystal 1 as well as Heart 1. Perfect. Sounds good. We can also set up one for ectoplasm, but this one I'm a little more iffy about, and there's another few things I want to look at for this design here. So I had these adjacent initially. It's probably going to be smart to put the ectoplasm past the line a little bit. We do need a few other things, though. We need a furnace stack for our ghost crystal, and we need, I guess, a way to make ectoplasm. I don't really know how much we're going to need of it is the thing, though. Currently, there's not a good way to pull ectoplasm or the ghost crystal off the line for the ectoplasm. We're not moving these up, which is not the end of the world. I mean, I could also just have them all pull from the exact same line by doing undergrounds like this. But is that something we want? So ectoplasm produces 200 each time. I don't remember exactly what it's for, so let's try to investigate that to start. Look at ectoplasm. And that leads into the haunted energy cell and the cyclotron. The haunted energy cell's batteries go into the cyclotron. These take 40, so we can make 5 batteries per operation. If we run the operation, 64 times, we're ending up with half of a tank, basically, half of a small tank of ectoplasm, which is how many times I wanted to run it when it came through here. I could have it run multiple times, but it does seem pretty easy to satisfy that much filled up. This being said, that's also not that many batteries, so having it run multiple times could be a good idea. Does this consume the cube? It does. So this consumes the constituent, turns it into a dormant one, which I have it filtered for here. What are we going to do with the dormant ones to make them work? Because I think this needs a proper one. It does. So that's where our joy comes in, I think. Let's start designing this phantom simulation. I thought that was seance. I guess that's just the research. Phantom stimulation takes 1 bottled euphoria and 1 dormant phantom constituent and outputs the phantom ultradense constituent, which is used once more in these processes, and then a Besselheim flask at 75% of the time, which means we do get some flasks back, which is nice. This being said, these produce it at, I want to say it's 1 per second. This recipe is also 1 per second. So it's simple enough where we can just have 2 of them, because if we put 2 on each side, then half of our crystals will be, I mean, again, 1 per second, 1 per second. 2, 2, 2, 2. The math adds up. In math. 2 plus 2 is 4. Hard to believe at times, but it does in fact pan out like that. I remember at one point, someone sent me some video of someone trying to very passionately explain why 2 plus 2 or 1 plus 1 wasn't equal to 2 or something, and I was completely lost trying to follow. It was a long time ago, though. So with these, we want to feed our bottled euphoria. This is going to be our primary use for bottled euphoria as well. Ideally, we'll have the euphoria kind of cut through here. I really don't know if I want the ectoplasm here. That's my one thing right now that I'm kind of tossing and turning about conceptually. We also need a big old stack of stuff, so I can potentially start building down here. Maybe that's what I'll do. I kind of like that conceptually, so let's rock with it for now. Move this down here instead. It's going to be on the other side of our tracks to give us a little bit more space, because currently we are a little bit scrunked on space, so any way to rectify that will be a big win for us. Are those lined up? They are lined up. Cool. So this way, we have a little bit more freedom. We can send it out. They can go down here. They can get repaired. Then they can come down here. They can run through this process. And then, again, the line to get back on the belt's right over here. And we're going to want a separate one of these to refold at the end of the process anyway. So this makes sense conceptually. This is good. What in goodness' name is this? Singularity assimilation. It produces an ultra-dense utility cube and 50 singular... Alright, we're not going to worry about that right now. That is a future Miko problem alert. Not a current Miko problem, thank goodness. Keeping in mind, too, that the ultra-dense utility cube will be necessary to get rid of residual tendrils, which come out from doing our science packs eventually. But we'll put the reconstitution here, so we kind of have an idea of how the process is going to go. And to reconstitute, we do need a phantom ultra-dense constituent 64 times, and not the consumed one. So... we produce our ghost crystals. They go down the line here. Wonderful. We can probably move this back a little bit too. So let's go ahead and just set this up so it just kind of funnels through these early on. This will slow down how much comes through, which is totally valid. But hopefully we'll be fine with it regardless. We want the ghost crystals. They're going to need to go a few different places. We need them for a furnace stack, and we need them for the ectoplasm down here. I think the 2x2 design is good enough for what we need currently. So these have one output of a physical thing. I guess they have two of them, actually. I didn't realize these also output flasks. That makes sense. So we can hopefully recycle the flask we're using before. It should be easy enough with just a splitter and then some priority. Thankfully, our flasks are actually being made over here, so we can do that right here. We'll just set up a splitter, and then we'll simply set up input priority left. That simple. Because we're going to have two different processes outputting flasks here, and we're going to want them to just go onto a belt here, and then input the flasks here and take priority to go up. And that way, I mean, we can even set up some logic to make sure that they won't slip through. But obviously, we don't want this to back up. This is technically a byproduct. Hopefully, the cube is fine down there. I really need to revisit that whole spot, but I just don't feel like dealing with it right now because I'm kind of in the sauce when it comes to this science. Either way, let us go back to focusing on the matter at hand, which is going to be, I suppose, next doing this phantom stimulation, which we're going to have to set up twice. We're going to need to set up here and then further down the line. I'm hoping that this is sufficient for recharging it. I'm really hoping this is sufficient for recharging it. That is absolutely not the recipe I want, but that's okay. Put that over there. So cool. Dormant cube goes in. Bottled euphoria comes in. Good cube comes out. Bottled euphoria does not come out, but the bottle itself does sometimes, which is good. So our cube will spit out here. One of our cubes will. Our other cube will split out here. I'd like to move this up one if I can. Just for a little bit of space. Thankfully, it doesn't matter too much where this specifically is. That way we can unload them quicker. Because again, there's a lot of cubes coming out of here, to be honest. I was going to say an alarming amount of cubes, but I don't know if that's quite a accurate way to put it. But it is a lot of cube. A lot of cube per minute. People don't think about the cube per minute. They're like, oh, my SPM is so high. Yeah, how's your cube per minute, buddy? That's what I thought. I'm not good at smack talk. I don't know if that came across today or not, but really not my strong suit. I could do this a little smarter, but this should be fine. Okay, so all the cubes unload quickly, go down here, get num-num-nummed into these, and then the ghost crystals come out here, and then the phantom constituents come out here. Looks good. Makes sense to me. Everything's looking good. Ideally, we'll make this kind of similar in its design. I was hoping to put them here, but with the fuel there, it's a little bit annoying. So I guess I'll just put them on a belt instead. It may turn out that this belt is a little bit too slow. Nah, it should be fine. This should be totally fine. I'm overthinking this by a lot. So like I said before, the bottled euphoria is going to be not the issue, but the thing we need to bring down that currently isn't being accounted for. Which I would like to absolutely put on its own belt. 100%. In fact, why don't we do something like this instead? I like this design. Gives us an output for the cube here, and we can put the bottled euphoria down this side. Should be easy enough for us to as well drag this design, or I guess copy this design perfectly, and then just smack it up here. What's the distance here? It looks like it's 1 block. Honestly, let's actually do it like this even better. And we just flip it vertically and then line it up with that. Boom. Thank goodness there's a copy paste. Like, oh, what a design. Obviously, we will need to change this belt to go downward instead. But everything else looks pretty good. It appears that our base has finished upgrading blue belts as well, which is quite nice. I don't see any glaring problems, but obviously they're going to be a little tougher to see. It left the cube again at daycare. Can you please go pick up the cube? I know you're emptying your cargo and I kind of like understand the value, but wow, we need to fix that. All right, next major thing is to fix the train for the cube, because clearly I haven't mastered that. I haven't gotten anywhere close and it needs to be improved like now. It's really, really bad. It's really unfortunate. I don't know how to fix it. If I knew like a quick solution, I'd be like, ah, yes, but I really, really don't. I'm struggling on that one quite a bit. Let us put this over here so it can read this contents over here as well. There's gotta be a better way. I really wish there was like multiple ways that loaded out of here. It'd be so much easier, at least in my mind. Because what's happening is the cube, I guess maybe we can troubleshoot it a little bit. The cube ends up sitting in here for extra time because it just doesn't get used up quick enough while this loads. I wonder if it's possible for me to set up some like very flawless logic where this does not leave until it has the cube. Again, a second train would fix all my problems. I should really just set up a second train. Because like I could even have a whole separate stop where this just sits here. Oh my god, a second train would fix everything. If I have a second stop here, right? Let's say it comes down here and then loops upwards or whatever. I guess it would technically have to loop downward. But if we have that second stop here, then it could just show up, drop off the cube, and this just physically doesn't leave. Why is there a signal there? Just physically does not leave until it has the cube on it. Maybe that's what I'll do. You could change to aura inactivity and cube. Oh my god, it left it again. I could scream right now. I'm so sorry, cube. This is my fault as a bad... who does trains? Conductors? Is it a train conductor? That's kind of an orchestra. Okay, so the logic is... Cube is 0 in full inactivity, or... Cube is 1 in full, and those are the two rules, which are now identical rules functionally. They don't mean anything except for that they really are identical. So if I decouple the inactivity rules, it's simply checking for cube or not cube in a full supply. Let me see what I can do. Because like I'm double purposing the train. That's really where the issue is. I could set a much bigger time, but it's just kind of like wasteful, right? If I set the inactivity to 60, the odds of it being on there are a lot higher, but we then face the fact that like it might just wait too much, you know? Go get the cube, go get the cube. It'll give an extra minute of time. It's also technically possible that the cube hops off by the end as well, but it should reset the inactivity, so it should be fine. I think it's going to just be like have a dedicated cube train, maybe. This should hopefully rectify it while we're working on this, though. Fingers crossed. Alright, so we want the bottled euphoria to come down this line here, so let us go ahead and start doing that. I wonder if I should store bottled euphoria. Currently they're going on the same belt here and not storing anywhere. Let's store a little bit of it. That gives us another thing to read potentially too. Maybe. See, now I'm not totally loving the idea of these on the same belt. It should be really easy to separate them though. I guess we'll do solemn receptacles. I don't really want to dedicate like too much space to them. I'll put a receptacle here because this is where the euphoria needs to go. And I'll put one, I guess, here as well so they can both kind of funnel into there on their own. I still don't love this idea though. My initial idea of one belt was going to be really convenient, but I'm already seeing kind of flaws with it where like if we use way too much euphoria or way too much of the other one, they're going to be lopsided. It should be very similar in their consumption, hopefully, but I don't know how similar it'll end up being in practice. Might be a little bit off of what we're hoping for. We'll just do an output priority here, and we'll make this bottled. Where is it? I guess I should just search it. I probably looked at it a million times. There it is. I'll make this bottled anguish because it's coming down this side. Perfect. And the euphoria will go down there. The euphoria comes down here and then feeds into this process here. The cube outputs here. And we'll just have it come along here, I suppose, to match the part where this cuts through. Boom, boom, and then that goes through here, and then we now have cube. We do need to filter for two things, though, right? Because it's going to output cube and the flasks on occasion. How's our space looking for that? Let's filter for the phantom constituent to start. And then we'll do the output for the flasks over here, which is going to be pretty bountiful, surprisingly. So I do want to set up some logic for it before we let it get out of hand. I think I'll have this go upward instead. Now, an issue with this is this belt might get a little bit full going upward, but I don't think it'll be that bad. Then I'm going to just cut it across here. Just to keep things like, you know, fairly tight and concise. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it so that this, whoops, this won't ever activate. This is going to read the contents of this belt. This will enable disable based on the contents of the flasks on this belt. I don't know what number I want for now, so I'm going to set it to 200. Actually, I need to set it way lower. If it's 20, if it's greater than 20, or I guess, yes, if the number of these is greater than 20, this won't kick on, is really what I want. For now, it's fine to leave it on, but we really want to prioritize this for the moment at least. So hopefully that'll be a good solution. This is really confusing. Our ghost crystals come through the process. They get stored in here, kind of, but not exactly. But it should be an okay determinant of it, hopefully. I want to send one line of ghost crystals down to here and the other line towards the furnaces. Fingers crossed that that works out well for us. These are kind of like really big splitters if you just like close your eyes and don't think too hard about it. The cubes will come down here as well as the ghost crystals. So bring these down and then we need to be able to feed both the cubes and the ghost crystals over to here. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. That was my mistake. So how do we feed both of these things appropriately? Great question. One that I lack the answer to, but I think that this design's probably not the proper solution. This, oh my gosh, I keep doing it. This process is a 1 second craft time again, so it should be hopefully fine to set up like this. I'll just do it like doubled up and hope that that's okay. Surely this is fine and I'm not coping. Fingers crossed that it's fine, I'm not coping. We also need to craft a few more of these, so I should probably craft those in the meantime. What do we need for synthesizer? It looks like just stone bricks, which I already have a request for, so we'll just wait for him to come through. The bots will bring us the stuff, we'll just handcraft them one at a time. Alright, so this outputs two physical things. Once more, we're looking at more flasks as well as the cubes themselves. So, I think we'll do something similar to before. This once more consumes the cube, so we will need to copy this general design. We don't need to copy it, but I like this design, so I'm going to copy this design we have here and hopefully use it twice. Cool, so there's the offloads. The inloads there are that. Am I also loading the Euphoria? Did I forget to load the Euphoria? I forgot to load the Euphoria. No, I didn't forget. Okay, it loads down there. Perfect. So I'm also going to bring down the Euphoria as well. Which is going to be a little bit trickier to bring around where I want it to. I think it's probably better to just cut it down all the way and then deal with that. And then bring it around the bottom. This is just kind of is a little bit wasteful, admittedly. It's not the most ideal. Either way, let's filter these ahead of time. So we have a dormant cube coming out. Whoops, I did not, in fact, set it. There we go. So dormant cube on one and then the Besselheim flasks on the other one. Hello, Q. Nice to see you today. Hopefully you're doing just frankly stellar, to be honest with you. I try not to break out the I hope you're doing stellar more than like once a stream because I think it's like a little bit cringe, but I also really like doing it, so it's really tough. Balancing cringe and enjoying being cringe is tough. Having a nice time being cringe is kind of a blessing and a curse, right? Let's clear this area so we can see a little bit better. All right, so I think what I'm gonna do while we have a little bit of time too, and we're down here in the area, is make a cube train. In addition to what else we're doing, I don't think I set up locomotive automation. I did not, so we'll have to manually make a locomotive, which is fine. Very easy to do. I just want a dedicated cube train. That's it. That simple. That clean. It is the way that you're making me feel tonight. So let us go ahead and make that train. This is going to be a train just for the cube. Maybe this is a little bit wasteful, but I think it's going to make things a lot easier, and we're not going to run into the issue where the cube gets stuck anymore. Speaking of, I haven't looked at the cube in a while, but it is running. There you go over there, cube. I love my cube. If ain't nobody got my back, cube's got my back. I think we need to set up more text plates today. Setting up 2 was nice, but I want to set up a bunch more. Have we fallen behind in calcium? I noticed that that's not running and it's empty. It's a little tough to find things in the base now. Where the heck is the calcium box? Calcium is crushed over here. Comes down here. Goes into the calcium. Oh my god, we're out of calcium. We haven't smelted for a while because we're not using any metal. Heck, that's a real problem for future me to deal with, and not me right now. Alright, so I'm going to change the logic of this train. Specifically, I'm going to get rid of its cube pickup condition. We're going to have to change a lot of conditions here. Thankfully, these conditions just like exist and we can apply them to something else. But currently we have DCO drop off and DCO pickup, which we want to keep mostly similar because this has rules for both of them. Right now, it's just if you have the cube or not, and there's stuff to grab, go out there. And then to leave, it's the same rule. A full inventory in cube is when you leave, or an activity on the secondary rule. So that's a fine rule. What I want to get rid of specifically is the cube pickup rule. We're just going to drop it off here, and this way, this train is never going to think about picking up the cube ever. It's just going to only think about transporting the powder when it is necessary to do so, which is precisely what we want. So let's make a locomotive now. And that locomotive's home is going to be just like right here. Oh, we already made one. Fantastic. My brain is absolutely scrambled right now. Hello, TICU over there in YouTube chat, and I'm not ignoring YouTube chat. I know you're not saying I'm ignoring YouTube chat, but you said it before, so now I'm double tripling down and I find it kind of funny. The guy who normally trains me called out today because yesterday was so scuffed. Now something broke and the other guy who's helping me isn't exactly sure what to do because been here a long time, but also it's been a long time since he's worked on the machine I'm working on. Oh, that sounds like a truly eventful day. Hopefully a fun one, at least. Or perhaps one that ends early with the pay of a normal day. Alright, so I've stolen the cube train. I guess the cube cargo wagon. You should be able to turn the cube into a fluid and then put it somewhere. I actually would hate that. I hope that that's not a feature of this. I would absolutely mess that up. So hopefully no fluid train. So let us go ahead and use our deconstruction planner here because I'm going to need to be able to see here to load this train because this is going to be this train's home. We set up the logic already. So this is very much like a thing that we can set 100% on our own. Without needing to fix really anything at all. I guess this belt will need to be fixed a good chunk, but that's about it. So we'll move this over to here instead. I grabbed a little bit too much, so let me do this instead. There we go. That's better. We're going to want this red wire to travel somewhere. I don't know exactly where, but there's clearly... okay, it's just to that combinator right there. We can deconstruct all of this for now. This combinator is currently outputting stuff, but not really anywhere meaningful, so we'll have it go over there. We can deconstruct these as well. Probably want some power. And now the cube comes down, goes over here, and comes down here. And if it's ready to be picked up, which it should be literally all the time now, this should never be relevant, great. And if it's not, then... it will, I guess, go across here. This is spaghetti. This is so unnecessary. Why don't I just remove this? It's so much simpler to do that. Perfect. There we go. Now I can make it a little bit less for the cube to go through as well. Perfect. So, why are you not feeding the train? Ah, because I always mess up how close that is to a train. Cool. So now the train has that, it has the logic required, and now there's the cargo wagon. Simply, all I'm going to do is we're going to add the interrupt that existed before, which is... Oh no, did I like delete the whole interrupt? I thought I just removed it from the bottom. I didn't know I deleted it. Alright, that's fine. We'll make a new interrupt, I suppose. I didn't think I deleted the whole thing. What a blunder. I mean, it's probably better to make it from scratch anyway, so we're going to look for... Gosh, what was our interrupt even before? I guess it was... Simply put, we'll just look at the fact that we have one cube. And if we have one cube, then... we go to the other spot. If you have cube, go there. I guess we'll need two separate ones, right? Oh my gosh, I'm so confused now. We need to do train stop too. All right, I'm going to do these in a second. We'll save this interrupt. I'll need to fix it. Put this over here. I really didn't think I deleted that other interrupt. It's not that big of a deal, but we also need a separate stop over here, which is not the end of the world, but we're going to have it hopefully go over here, and then we're going to need to curve it around, which is going to be more than a little bit annoying. Ah, it's actually not so bad. More than a little bit annoying takes 2 seconds, one or the other. So we'll set up a train stop over here. And hopefully that'll be fine. It's also complicated. It really feels like it. Are you on the nervous? But on the surface, you look calm and ready. I'm certainly nervous. I'm basically nervous all the time. That's kind of... I was going to say that's my charm point, but I've been saying that too much lately. I feel like I'm always nervous. That's kind of my thing. It really helps you, like, be on guard in case anything horrible is about to happen. Okay, hopefully we can attach that. There we go. We've got some signals now because it's going to be a new stop. I'm hoping this spot here, because this already like lines up almost exactly where we want the spot to be. This is checking stuff, so I'm going to go ahead and hopefully reuse this, but I don't know if it'll be necessary. This is the up and the down. Again, this should just be dramatically better than it is before. I hope. We want to build this quickly. I know we got distracted. I know I said I wasn't going to do this in the first place, but I was wrong. I'm doing it anyways. I'm sorry. Okay, the train stop is actually like kind of in the wrong spot. It should still be fine to pull off here, which is good, because I was a little concerned when I made it just now that I was like, there's no way this fits, but it fits just fine. It just needs a little bit of love. Perfect. So I'll make this and we'll have this be cube to DCO cube. Great. So I think I need to make a train stop. I do need to make a train stop. Make the other synthesizer we need as well. I'll make our train stop. Hopefully wait for a few more stone bricks and stuff. I really need to like figure out the fact we're not using any metal because our science is off, because there's no science to do. We really need to get this up ASAP. We're using so little metal that it's just taking forever for the cube to go up there, which means we're backed up on this, which means we're not getting calcium. There really should be another way to get calcium, but it's usually fine when everything's running. So I'm going to just trust it'll be fine a little bit. Suck it up for now. There's no crying in Ultra Cube, as they say. Alright, cool. So let's trash these two things so the bots will go grab them. And we'll set up the logic for this really quick, hopefully before the cube comes down here. So, what do we want? One interrupt. We're going to go to the interrupt station being... Oh, the station doesn't exist yet. That's fine. I guess we'll wait a second for the station to exist. The bots should surely be going over there pretty soon. Maybe, hopefully. I guess I have to put it in storage first. Okay, cool. So this area is set up, which is good. It is wasting a little bit of power having it plugged in. That's only 50 kilowatts. It's really nothing. Kind of crazy to think about how like 50 megawatts was like a big deal, and now I have an entire reactor. I only have a quarter of it on because it's already like way too much. Speaking of, how's this going? Oh, look at that. What a beautiful site. So it looks like we are in fact running a good chunk of our machines down. We're actually trying to make an excess of 234 and getting close to a good excess of 235. This will be good for the future probably, or it won't make a difference at all, but I think it'll be nice. Again, setting this up early I think was a really, really smart decision. Alright, have you set up the stop yet? Did I not set up the stop? I did. Are you out of Roboport range? Nope. Ah, there they are. Okay, sorry. They're doing their best, I know. I'm a little bit impatient. I don't want the cube to come down here and then look like a fool because I messed it all up. Although it really shouldn't anyways, yeah, because we have so much powder. So it won't come down here. We have plenty of time. This little adventure. Alright, so interrupt. Edit this now. So the station is going to be placed any second now, surely. There it is. Cube to DCO. The wait condition is going to be has cube. That simple. Item count. Cube is equal to 1. If we have cube equal to 1, it's going to go there. And we're going to... oh, actually, you know what? I think the logical thing here is inactivity for 5 seconds as well. Do you need interrupts for this? Do I not? Oh, you're right. This is only going to one stop. No, I think you're totally on point. I think I've just become so attached to interrupts from doing them before. It should be simple, right? We could just have a station. We just do cube town population U. Item count. Cube is equal to 1. And then this with item count cube is equal to 1. And a wait condition, I guess? I mean, logically it makes sense, right? And just add 5 seconds of inactivity to cube to DCO, so it'll drop off the cube, right? This makes sense to me. Do I need inactivity on both of them? I shouldn't put inactivity on this one because it'll... I mean, I'll drop off the cube on both of them with this rule, right? Will this work? Hopefully this works. I think I'll need to fix the logic of this inserter. I think this inserter needs a little bit of logic, but or the one that'll put it on. But I think other than that, it'll work perfectly. Cool. All right. Time for me to go back work. Have a good stream. Thanks so much for stopping in. Hopefully the rest of your work day goes well. Appreciate your time. So let's hopefully keep it simple. I do need to set up a little bit of logic for this, though, as we mentioned before. Also, another belt there might help. So I want this to enable disable. I guess it would actually be the other one, not this one. So I only want this to... oh, great, great. It already has some logic. Perfect. So this is only going to enable disable when there's less than 3,000 deep core ore in... is it... it's not even reading that box, is it? Okay, it's reading that box. Perfect. So it'll just keep running over and over again as long as there's stuff there. But once that's filled up, it shouldn't ever pull it off again, hopefully. This logic should be the same. I guess it's 2K. I should switch this over to 3K then. So there's no confusion. Hopefully that's fine now. Logically speaking, it should be, unless I scuff something, but it should be fine. And now we have a dedicated cube train. Now, something we will need to do, though, is put a line of train through here so that they can actually circumvent the cube line, which should be easy enough to do, but I need to do it very early on here because that's like a one-way route, I guess. Actually, wait, is it a one-way route? No, okay, there's already that there. Cool, we have that. This should be fine. Every other train will just go swoop right down here and through the area. So there should be no issue, fingers crossed. Are my things set up properly here? They look good enough to me. Probably want one here, here, and here, actually. That one back here as well, so they know that there's something all the way over there and shouldn't enter that area. Actually, we don't want one there. We want to make sure that this entire area is blocked off so they know not to enter at all. They don't just eke into there and then chill and wait. Okay, cool. That should be fine for transporting the cube. Now we have a dedicated cube train. Should also technically be a little faster, right? Because there's less wagons. Not that that matters too much in practice. Back to our build that we were working on before. We have the Joy and Despair coming out. Those look good. We haven't actually run it yet though, but it looks good in theory. The bottle, the Euphoria goes here, goes down here, is consumed. The bottle Despair is where we need to deal with next, I believe, to my memory. So I'm going to have this run down here. We now have a bottle Despair line. We have the cubes coming down here. We have the crystals coming down here, and then the Despair going down here. We need to feed in Ghost Crystals, I guess Anguish, sorry, I keep calling it Despair, my mistake. As well as Phantom Ultradance Constituents. So there's actually 3 things to feed into this machine, surprisingly. I'm thinking I move it down and then feed on the top and bottom, maybe. Doesn't seem like a terrible idea to me. Let's start there. Let's move it down exactly 1 tile. You know what? We'll move it down 2 even so we have a little more breathing room. We also need to figure out our fluid pipes, so there's a lot to take into account here because we have a line offloading here as well. So I'm going to have the offloading line go this way and then the inloading line also go this way. This is a surprisingly hefty process. I would have expected it to be a little simpler. So I think I'll have this one be our Bottled Anguish. How about that? Which is this line coming down here. So Bottled Anguish is going to go down here. We're going to splitter it on the side and then it'll go 2 different directions. We'll have it go this way for one of the inserts and then we'll have it come down here and go that way for another one as well. I'm going to just copy this and then flip it over, I guess. Hold on, let me move that to the side as well. There we go, horizontal flip. Is that not the one I wanted? That is probably the one I wanted. Nope. Maybe, I don't know. I'm so confused by it now. That's the wrong one. That looks better. One more flip. I should have just rotated a bunch. That would have been way simpler for my little peanut brain. That looks good. Cool. Let me walk a little bit to make it not centered, and then we'll fix it. Much better. So now we have 2 outputs here. I'm probably going to underground one of these outwards, thinking about it. Maybe I'll have them both go outwards instead. I realize now that they're sharing a belt, which isn't going to be good. Honestly, getting rotated kind of sounds nice this time of year. Really, any time of year. Someone shows up and like, Miss, we're going to rotate you today. I'm like, all right, cool. Okay, so our cubes go up right now and our flasks go out. I wonder if I'm over designing this or like designing it in a way that's a lot dumber than it should be. I just really want to keep like lines dedicated right now. That's all. Cubes go up, flasks go out. Perhaps I should change the order of those actually. Let's do that. I prefer it the other way, like this, so that the cubes will all be in the inner side, which makes more sense to me conceptually. So let's go for that. Sweet. So now I can copy this design, hopefully flip it over and it'll make sense like this. Perfect. So there's our inputs, the flasks go out, the cubes go in. Now, this has no physical outputs past that, so we can cut this off here. We can have our cubes. Let's move this over a little bit. We can have our cubes come down, whoops, right down here. And then with that design, we can simply feed them into the final step of their destination down here, which is this machine. I don't know how quickly they're going to come through, to be honest with you. I'm guessing much slower than what I'm designing for. It's a little bit tough to tell. But then all of the cubes will finish their journey here, return into a single, unified, ultimate Ultra Cube, and then this outputs our single Ultra Cube, and then that returns to the live stream. What I will even, I guess I won't, I was going to say I could technically set up logic here to have it go on this as well, which would potentially be a good idea. What logic are you currently using? I could really do it simply. we'll have it go across here, and then I might move it one over, actually. No, that's fine. I'm going to use the logic from this here, which is already basically checking, assuming that I didn't mess up the logic, which I'm hoping I didn't. But being that the red doesn't reach over there anymore, I'm thinking the logic is in fact broken from what I've done. So let's go ahead and fix the logic. Wait, that red's going inwards. What is this going over to? Okay, no, that's a different thing. That's a different thing. I see. Let me disconnect those. I changed my mind. So now there's a separate combinator I didn't notice over there. So this one's checking to see... this one's not even doing anything. It's just reading that specific thing. These are basically the same combinator. I guess I was checking for how much ore there was. Where is this reading from? It must be this radar, which is checking this box specifically. Ah, okay. Very strange. I don't know why I have two different combinators reading different things. But this is also reading 0 deep core ore, so maybe I did want this to logically read like that. It's reading the train stop too. How peculiar. I guess I'll repurpose this one because I can't figure out the logic for it. I'm gonna just dismantle this one. This is clearly oh, okay, I understand. This was a very old one. This was if the cube came down here, this would only activate if there was ore to justify like taking it off or leaving it on. Shouldn't be necessary anymore. We're not looking at ore basically at all for the logic of this train, just for the belt that sends it down here. This train will just absolutely like live its best life. This combinator, however, probably going to be useful for the logic going up there, which is already reading, where is it? Went too far up. I didn't go too far up. Oh my gosh, it's a long bell. I think I'm sending circuits to the train stop so the train can decide on interrupts if it needed to make more ore. Yeah, that's probably what it was, but man, interrupts are so confusing. This is currently reading if deep core ore is greater than 1 or less than 1, which is coming from this combinator here, which is currently checking to see if the train is... oh, right, this is not logical anymore. Very peculiar of how I set this up. This is checking to see if we have less than 6,000 ore, as well as if the train is there. I guess it's not that particular. I'm going to change it so it's just looking at that. It's not going to look at the train station at all. It's just going to check if this outputs a 1 or not. Currently, it's getting a 6,000 from that radar, and if it figures out there's less than that there, then it'll output that the cube needs to come down here. That's fine for now. I'm going to remove that logic for the train being at a station, because I believe it's checking for this train to be at a station specifically, which doesn't matter. That's good to fix. Shouldn't really need any other logic down here, since that's already checking for what we want to check for. But now we can take this, which is... I guess we can just take the radar's signal itself. And we can check the exact same rule, which is that sub 1000. So we'll set up a splitter here, and we'll have an output priority, and we'll set it on a filter of... what do you output? You don't output anything. We'll just simply set you up with the same logic as that thing over there. Whoops, that's the wrong one. That's also the wrong one. Third time is the charm. We'll look at 1000. And if it's less than 1000, it'll output a deep core ore as a value of 1. And we'll have it so that, whoops. Fire cannot reach. Truly living in a society right now. So output side, it will go to the left side if the deep core ore icon is equal to 1. And if it's not equal to 1, it'll go to the right side. That simple. Great, so now it's not equal to 1, it's not necessary. So this side, use an underground here for simplicity as well. I guess for style more than anything, simplicity is certainly a way to put it. And then we'll do output priority left so it doesn't get stuck here. So now if that rule is met, then it will go Yes, I should return to the live stream. And if it's like, actually, we need some ore and we're already down here. Output priority, right, on this one. It'll go, cool. It'll hop on the train and go. So now we have a little bit of logic after it goes through this whole process here, where it'll be like, do I need to go somewhere else? And if I do, while I'm in the neighborhood, I'll go here. If not, I'll return up there. So it just saves us a little bit of time in the future for the cube. Or it broke everything and it'll be something I have to deal with in a while. But for now, we haven't broken anything yet. I'd like to run this sooner or later as well, just to see it kind of go. Now, emotional decomposition needs to be like its own entity. So we're gonna need a few splitters here, at least one to start. So we'll set up a splitter here. Obviously, we want this to be a little bit lower so we can pull off the splitter. And this will be output priority left. Setting up a circuit for this one will be a little bit confusing. This RoboPort does not, in fact, have any power, but it has approximately 45 million bots in it, which is pretty cool if you're into that many bots, but it does feel like an overwhelming amount to me. So, cube goes in here, runs process. When cube is done, it comes out here. This part I'm a little bit conflicted about. I'm almost tempted to remove this. I'm getting close to wanting to remove this part, but the fact that it's necessary in the area leads me to believe we can potentially take advantage of it. Reason being is like, it's going to run here and then it'll run through here afterwards. I guess it can check for joy and stuff ahead of time and then it'll run through here. I guess that's what we'll do for now. So we'll have two different pull-offs here. We'll have one there and then we'll have one a little bit lower. This first one that we set up is going to be checking to see if we need joy or not. And if we don't need joy and despair, it'll come down here and then feed down here instead. So we'll have two different options here. And obviously, if we don't need either of them, it just wants to go straight to the ore instead. So a few more combinators. Gosh, I don't even know what the other combinators are for at this point, to be honest with you. I'm just using these ones because they make sense to me. I know people explained before, but it's just so confusing for my little peanut brain. I forgot spoiled potatoes a thing. I wonder if we need them for something. Don't get distracted by potatoes now, Miko. Now is not the time. Did we set up a combinator already for that stuff? I see red wire, so I assume we set up something somewhere. We did. So this red wire is outputting, again, that demand for if we need that. So we have this heart. So we're going to use red heart as one of our logic things here. We're going to set up a third combinator too. So let us go ahead and put this in the back of this one. So now we have a heart signal and apparently a ghost crystal signal too. I don't remember setting up the ghost crystal one. Oh, you know what? I did right here. Cool. Checking for if we need ghost crystal and if we need the heart. But the heart itself should be enough to determine if it comes down this path. So this is going to be our like be all one that we connect upwards so that this one says, hey, send the cube down here. We need this logic here. Side accommodator is the main one. Okay, cat. I see. I really miss taking care of that cat I was taking care of a while ago. Cider's the main one I use. Honestly, it's the one that I find the most use for. I don't think I've successfully used the other ones yet, though, so maybe that's a skishu on my part. Let us go ahead and set these rates to 1, and then we'll go equal to and not equal to. So I always do them backwards. Wonderful. So now this sees heart from over here. We need some of this juice. It comes over here. Perfect. Now, I'm going to also need logic here. I guess we'll set up 2 of these for simplicity's sake. Cool. Because one of these is just going to return the cube over to home, effectively. Although I can follow the same logic I used down here to see if it needs to go on the train. This is getting really confusing. Okay, so where's the train logic? Is that a combinator down there? It is. This is outputting deep core ore equal to 1. I want to bring this deep core ore logic upwards, so I'm going to set up a few big power pulls to hopefully bring it up here in a decent way, and then bring it over to here. I'm going to set up some red wiring that goes alongside that as well, because we want to check specifically for... Can I reach over here? Where do I want this going? One of these specifically. So I'll go over to here. And cool. So this one's reading for heart right now. These are going to need to read for a couple things actually thinking about it. So we're going to need 2 more unique combinators thinking about this. Specifically, while heart is a useful thing for us, we want to check for both heart and I guess we only need 1 more thinking about it. So we're looking for the heart symbol and we're looking for the symbol for... Maybe heart's not used here at all. No, this will be a heart symbol one. And the deep core ore one. I think I'm overcomplicating this, but it kind of makes sense a little bit. So, if these are both equal to 1, because this is outputting a deep core ore 1 when it's low. This is the only reason I'll put out is because we don't have a lot of deep core ore. Then it outputs that signal here, and this combinator is what I was using. Perfect. This will be the one that'll output a we need more ore symbol, basically. I'm going to use something else for this. I guess I'll use a star. Oh, no, I kind of want to save the star for something special. Honestly, maybe I'll use one of these weird T's. No, I'm getting 2 in this house. Why is there a gun? Oh, there are weapons in Factorio. I kind of forgot that was a thing. I guess we'll use recycle here. Sounds good to me. It's a symbol I haven't used before. So this recycle symbol says, hey, we got to send you back into the system. However, we need 1 more check here, and that's that it's not necessary for the utility cube recipe, which would be, I guess, the ghost crystal check. So we'll add the ghost crystal check as well. And then we need another check for ectoplasm. Oh, what a headache. You know, I realize I don't really have a way for it to run ectoplasm on its own. I assume that I'll have to run ghost crystal to justify the ectoplasm, but we might just set up a whole extra thing for that as well. However, let's add 1 more signal and we'll add the ghost crystal for now because we're going to assume that the ectoplasm will be sufficient. It probably won't be. I added a ghost instead of a ghost crystal, which does make sense. I did say add the ghost symbol and boy howdy did I add it so goodly. So this logic is checking to see that we're looking for if it needs ore, if we're good on that, which, so that'll be negative to turn on. So we want that to be not equal to 1, that to be equal to 1, and that to be not equal to 1. So if these are satisfied, which none of them are right now, which is to say it doesn't need to make more ghost crystals or make more of the fluid, then this specific one will turn on. We will set it for, we haven't set up the output yet. This is outputting recycler, so we only want this one to turn on specifically. We're gonna need a whole extra one here too, thinking about it. Maybe I'll do it on a splitter instead. This is getting a little bit messy here already. We'll do it on a splitter. Gonna move these upwards so we have a little bit of space as well. Cool, so we have a little bit of space now. I'm going to instead change our ruling to be, it goes into a splitter here. Please put that splitter back, I'm very sorry. And then we will plug in, I think it's the second combinator, perfect. So this one, I always hit escape, I don't know why. This one will have output side and we'll have it based on that recycling icon. If the recycling icon becomes equal to 1, then we'll send it down to the ore, and if it doesn't equal 1, we'll just send it back up. So far, this like logic is going to be if it doesn't need to be here anymore at all, it'll leave. I don't think this one's really going to be used at all, but I'd rather set up a contingency for it now. There are going to be a lot of rules to determine when the cube leaves here, because otherwise, currently, if we need joy and despair and nothing else, right, it'll run through and then it'll be like, all right, time to split it into 64 cubes, which is not something we always want. That is certainly not going to be the case. So hopefully we can mitigate that and not suffer too much from it. I don't know how often it'll need just joy and despair, though. Kind of tough to tell. So if it's not equal to 1, which is not currently because it doesn't need to go down there, it'll be here. I think I'll swap them around. Cool. So now this is not equal to 1, so it will return to the cube stream. And that goes back up and out. This means nothing else is needed here. This line explicitly exists for two things. One, getting it so that it'll go back. Two, getting it so that it will go down and then take the train. It will technically do a check as well. Can you insert onto an inserter? I assume you can. I'm hoping that this is legal and not like... It won't work. It should work. I don't see why it wouldn't at least. So it'll insert there and then it'll follow some logic here as well, which we'll need to set up. But this is the output where it just runs here, makes the joy and despair, and it gets out. Now we have another one here where... Perfect. So this is only checking for this to be satisfied, then leave. This one is going to be the alternative option, and it's facing the wrong direction. Oh my goodness, it doesn't fit there. How could this happen to me? Thankfully, we could just use an underground here instead, I suppose. Not my favorite. Well, good enough. Awesome. So this logic we want to have being that we've satisfied our joy and our despair, and we want to get more of the crystals. We're not even going to look at ectoplasm right now. We can amend ectoplasm onto whenever. So I think we'll use the second one here. I want to just copy the logic of this one. We're going to remove this logic literally at all. We're just going to say that we do want crystals. Oh, is that an or still? That needs to be an and, right? Yes, that needs to be an and. Perfect. So this is checking to see if we have enough crystals. We don't have enough crystals, so that signal goes through. It needs to be an and as well, right? And then this needs to be satisfied as well to have enough joy and despair to go through. Perfect. So this logic here is our joy and despair is satisfied. Our crystals are in dire straits. We need more crystals, so we send a symbol. We'll send the symbol over this time to be a stack size, I suppose, just because it's adjacent to the other one for some logic here. So plug that in. We're going to just check for stack size instead. And then we'll set it equal to 1. Because currently it's outputting stack size because... Wait, that needs to be an and, right? Did I mess that up? Oh, it's not equal to 1. Okay, I have the wrong thing. Perfect. So if it outputs stack size, it means that we've satisfied this demand. We do need this, so it'll come down here. Perfect. I think I want one more of those on this thing. I know I'm kind of greeding the space here a little bit, but I kind of want one more that says, hey, you know what? What else would you actually do here? You run joy and despair, and then you do one of these two things. I mean, that's actually probably fine. Maybe. I might add an extra one later, but for now, it runs the joy and despair, which I think is going to be necessary whenever it comes down here. Maybe it won't be. It'll repair. It'll either go, heck yeah, I'm good to leave, or heck no, I'm not good to leave. This isn't actually proper. This needs to not be looking for just heart, right? This is not checking for the right stuff. It's looking for heart, which is the symbol from over here, making sure that we have enough of the two things, but we need one more of our combinators, which thankfully we have over here, and we'll set it for looking for heart to be satisfied, which is heart is equal 1. Right? Maybe I have it backwards. Do I have the back of this plugged in? I don't have that plugged in yet. So let's plug that in to something so it can read. Cool. So heart is not equal to 1 means that our heart is satisfied. In addition, we want... This is for the inserter. This is for the inserter to remove here. Heart is not equal to 1, and Ghost Crystal is satisfied as well. Cool. That looks good. This is what we want. Then we can we'll make it liquid for now, I guess. Again, I'm just taking whatever's on the front one. I'm using way too much red wire here. It's kind of stressing me out. So we'll look at the liquid symbol specifically, and the liquid symbol will determine, you know what? If liquid symbol comes out here, we're good on everything. Just get out of here. Go somewhere else. Don't be here. This is going Oh, you know what? We actually like really need ghost crystals. So we're good to go. Is that an and? Is that also an and? Everything is and? Cool. This is for the splitter here to say whether or not it needs to go get deep core ore, and if it does, it will go and then load back onto that belt there. If it doesn't, it goes back up there. So these are all good. There's two of them we haven't used yet here, so I guess I'll pick those up for now. Looks like some of our wires just got scrunkly bunked there, so let's make sure that all these red wires are touching. I would have expected some kind of input signal, right? Why is there no signal at all? Ah, because their outputs don't lead into it, I suppose. Don't they? Okay, no, those ones are completely isolated. Wait. Why are you not reading this? This should be spitting out something, right? I could have sworn it was spitting out stuff before. It is spitting out one, so I've just messed up the wiring. So bizarre. I guess it's not that bizarre, but I didn't think I had a load-bearing combinator over there. But that reaches down there. You know what? You can keep the combinators. That was my bad for assuming that you didn't want the combinators. Alright, then we'll add the fluid connection back over there. Alright, well, you know what? Those combinators are now part of the base. They're apparently the only thing that allows us to read for some reason. Either way, that's reading right now, so the logic is here for it to successfully go through this process. Then we have run the cube. So assuming it meets the condition, it goes down here and it runs the cube trademark. We have a separate condition here for run the cube trademark, which we don't have set up yet. I guess I'll set that one up in general, and I'll check for ghost crystal to be equal to 1. I guess I don't even have to use a combinator for that, do I? Can really just plug in all this red logic I have here, and then we'll look for ghost crystal to be 1. This might just like not work. I'm not confident in this very specific one. Okay, so if ghost crystal is the combinator down here, output's a 1, it'll go this way. Whoops, I have it equal to 0. That's a problem. Perfect. Switch them around, obviously, because I always have it backwards. There we go. Now, our ghost crystal equal to 1 means come down here. This is following the logic that this will be off, so it should be fine to go there, and if it's not, it'll go all the way down. Okay, so that makes sense. Currently, our cube is really just like on a leisurely vacation because we're using no resources literally at all, but I'd like to set up the logic to bring it down here and have it start running a little bit. I'm going to quickly nav it because it's going past. So currently our logic is looking at specifically that deep core ore, but like I said before, we're going to need a little more logic coming through here. And we have an extra combinator here, so we will load this into the back here and then disconnect this. I guess we can leave that connected for now. It shouldn't really matter. But we want this to read the deep core ore symbol. This is going to be one of those big ol' ore ones. Alright, so if the ghost crystal is equal to 1, we haven't plugged in yet, or deep core ore is not equal to 1, or is equal to 1. Actually, did we set up a combinator for all of these coming up here yet? Maybe I can use a single one. I don't remember if we have one that kind of has everything I want in it. Though granted, having the red wire is probably just fine. I don't believe we combined one yet. You go to map mode, this will be quicker with how slow I am. God, these wires are awful. I really don't like them. However, we're going to bring this upward here. At least it looks kind of okay coming across here. Great. Hopefully it doesn't break anything up there. It shouldn't. And then we will have this wire go into this combinator here. So now we can see those other signals here. So we'll add the heart in, and we'll add the deep core, which we have. So we have deep core equal to 1, and we have heart equal to 1. As long as one of these is red, it will tell the cube to come down here. So we're going to change that. We're going to output this as... I guess we'll do something science pack related. Let's make it the synthetic premonition card. Wait, I thought we were on the 5th science. What do you mean complete annihilation card? I was wrong. Have we really only done 3 sciences? No, that's got to be the 5th science, right? Ah, it is the 5th one because we started with the basic one. It's just not here. Cool. So this will output that. This will look for that as a signal. We'll put it as an output of 1. Change this over to that card symbol. Just to keep it simple, we'll make it equal to or not equal to 1. Great. So now the cube's logic is come down here if any of these are fit, because it means there's a reason to come down here. So I'm going to take the cube, we're going to put it here, we're going to see how it runs. There's going to be some flaws for sure, but hopefully we can buffer them out. The important thing is to get the process starting, and then we can figure out what went wrong and how to fix it. So the cube comes down here. The cube goes, all right. First things first, we clearly need some emotional decomposition. Now, something worth noting is that I haven't set up rules for how much substrate is required for this. I'm going to operate under the assumption that we're never going to run out of substrate because of how I set up previously. This is going to make some joy and despair. It's a fairly slow process, but it'll repair and then it'll go back in because neither of these are currently fit, so it's just going to keep making more joy and despair. Producing joy and despair for our storage tanks here, which have not successfully been plugged in here, I guess. I apparently have the tanks backward. So for the sake of simplicity, I think the easiest thing here to do is cut our losses and just make the recipes backwards. That seems to fix our problem. I don't see a reason to do it the other way. Oh my gosh. No, it should be fine. I was going to say it's going to be broken, but it'll be fine. So now we're consuming our anguish as well as our joy, which is good. Or despair and our joy, I should say, making anguish and euphoria. Those go through here. They're now loading into the phantom constituent setup, as well as just going down the line to be used later on. I'm hoping after running this a few times it'll just be fine. Again, this cerebral substrate running out is not a surprise to me. I'm hopefully going to just nab it out this time. It shouldn't need to fill up that much in practice, but obviously it's using a lot now. So let's just say it finished the process properly and it goes, all right, time to do this. Sorry. This is the part I'm really afraid of, so let's see how this goes. The cube is now 64 small, cute cubes, which are now going into the ghost crystal process. And the phantom constituents come out here and are then processed into healthy cubes, as well as our flasks going there. I didn't set up the flask. I did set up the flask logic, actually. Then they come down here. Oh, I never plugged them in. That's fine. Now, there's very few cubes. I would have expected more by now, to be honest. I never plugged in the unstable gas. That is a real blunder. I was excited to see it running. What are these inserters for? I think these are inserters from a different time. So I'm going to quickly try to get this set up because currently we have our cube in the conch zone, which is not really where you want your cube. Honestly, it's probably better. No, we can do it in the middle here. This is fine. So we need to get our unstable gas, which is a solid whoopsie. Have you played chess? I played chess as a kid very, very, very casually and very not goodly. I like chess conceptually. It's cool. I just am not what I would describe as a chess player. How about you, Wise Wolf? Do you play chess? I think it's neat. Like I said, I don't know. Chess is hard. It's cool that people get super into it, though. Whoops. This is also not plugged in, which is a solid oopsie. Wait. I didn't set up the recovery bays down here. I was really ahead of myself. I thought I was all like set up to try it out. I completely forgot this wasn't finished. Okay, so there's a few more things to work on in real time. It shouldn't be that bad in practice. We're going to move this over a little bit as well, because this is not in a good spot for the dream right now. And then we'll have... I think we'll have like just like a loading bay here, because currently these are offloading the cubes and not repaired cubes. So we'll just have a repair loading bay here instead. I think that'll be fine. We'll set up... Oh, I kind of like that, but I actually I don't think it's going to work out. Move it down one. Here and there, but I don't want to invest my time to really understand it. It's fun to play around. Yeah, I would be like, I would not be against if someone was like, hey, you want to play some chess? I'd be like, I don't really know how to, but sure. Because I know how to play chess. Like, I understand the goodness, I don't know what the heck that was. I understand the premise of chess and stuff, but I don't understand it on that fundamental level that like good chess players understand to think like several steps ahead. This being said, I'm not against chess as a concept. I think it's pretty neat when people take the time to learn it goodly. Okay. I'm really scared to have the cube like stuck right now, so I'm kind of in fight or flight, in all honesty. I'm sure it'll be fine, but I'm still stressed out. Okay, this should be enough to get the cube back in its form. Hopefully. Fingers crossed it'll be fine. Okay, right. We didn't finish getting the fluid either. It came down, but not all the way through. I missed a corner somewhere as well. Ah, yep, I kind of did. I always marvel how good people can get at stuff. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I've always really enjoyed like watching sports, competitive things in general, just because like it's really cool to see people at like the real top of their game. I like pushing, like when I get really, I don't want to say that I get like addicted to something. Oh, you know what we can do? No, actually those are only inputs. I was thinking we could use this as a throughput, but I don't think it'll work because those are only inputs. I really like pushing myself to get like really high up in a game when I get really attached to it. At least years ago I did, but nowadays I don't care quite as much. My whole thing was like getting to the top like 1.5%, but never really like pushing that barrier. I guess like depending on the game too, it was higher or lower. But I could never really push through that barrier to like the top 0.1% stuff. Stopping right before the top is kind of my thing, my charm point as it were. I need to stop saying charm point. Okay, so these are now getting fluid, so now we are successfully making ectoplasm. Oh my gosh, look at how zoomed out it is. Wait, it's showing that there's some flashing over here. Some of them are stuck. Why are you stuck? Why are these going the wrong way? I see. There was some scrungabunk belts there. Oh, this is actually quite nice that it shows them flashing. So we have a few more messed up here. There's no bottled consciousness available because there's no substrate. Okay. Wow, that's a really severe problem. That is like a really big issue. I should have yoinked it out sooner. I think we're going to have to go through the shame of manually rebooting a bunch of cubes. Shamefully enough. Let me give the ectoplasm a place to go first before I start like throwing in the towel. Oof, that is a real unfortunate situation. One game I got really good at was VR Battle Royale. Oh, I don't know if I could do like an action-y VR game. I love VR. I done a good chunk of it over time. I like VR like fitness games and stuff conceptually. I guess I haven't really done many of them, but I like rhythm games in VR. I don't know how I would handle a Battle Royale. Sounds like an impressive thing, to be honest. Okay, so this side will never feed because it didn't pick it up soon enough. These are the Besselheim flasks that aren't going anywhere, but that doesn't really matter right now. I should not have plugged this in so early. I was excited, though. You can't blame me. I guess you can sort of blame me. Let us change it so that it's like this instead. How about that? Okay, so that way they're at least grabbing the end of that line there. So what do we do right now? I think we just pick up the cubes and deal with the fact that we messed up. Oh my god, they take one spot each. Can't we like manually reboot constituents? You need 64 constituents. Wait a minute, this is actually like a real problem. Oh no, what a blunder. I didn't think it's gonna be that bad, but it's kind of the worst thing ever. Like, unironically. It's not that bad, but it's also kind of the worst thing ever. Having a box available for requesting them would be a lot simpler than what I'm about to do. Well, I guess I'll start manually repairing them because this is kind of a fail state, it seems. The only time I've been on a global leaderboard was the day that a Paris DLC came out for Project Gotham Racing for Xbox. I was number 5 in the world. That's so cool. I love that. That's very, very cool. Many years ago, I was pretty okayly ranked. I guess ranked is the wrong word. I had some okay high leaderboard scores in like Guitar Hero and stuff, but that was a long time ago. Nowadays, I just play like Muse Dash, and that's about it. Okay, so I need to go pick up anything that looks dormant over here. We have to pick up. That's the big thing. And then we load them into that lower one. We will need to manually reboot the cube. Looks like 24 of them made it through the process, which is good. Let's grab 3 of our cubes over here, and then we will load them into here. Let's figure out what else we can find. There's a bunch of cubes over here. It looks like these are cubes that need repairing, so we will simply zoom out, find that box, and then if we have cubes that need repairing, we'll just put them there, and then those will repair over time. It doesn't look like we can manually reboot cubes. I thought we could, but it doesn't look like we can. So all these cubes need to go over there, unfortunately. Sad, but true. There are cubes in the machines as well we'll have to take out. I should really clear up some inventory spaces while doing this. I'll keep the bricks, actually, because you're just going to give them back to me. Cool. So, some more there. This is a real blunder. This is why I was dreading this, to be honest. It's not that bad, but it's a little bit embarrassing picking up all my cubes. Alright, so let's look at the map. Those are repaired over there. There's still some more in here. It looks like the rest of them are basically good to go, unless I'm missing it. Oh, these just don't... Oh no. I was so panicked that I set it up improperly. I see. It makes sense. Still quite the blunder. I'll just manually pick up the cubes and insert them for now. Okay, so let's do some filtering now so that these can offload successfully. Oh, right, these can't filter. It's fine. Our cube is like almost back. It's not nearly as bad as I was making it out to be. It is a little bit unfortunate. I'll give you that one, but it could be more unfortunate. So let's filter these for what we need. Set up that one for that. You guys, great tech. I just wish it wouldn't be so demanding on hardware. It's true. No, it's really brutal on hardware. My PC is like, I want to say it's fairly new, but I feel like it's like 4 or 5 years. No, I guess it would be like, how old is it? It's got to be like 4 or 5 years old, right? Maybe it's only 3 or 4. But even then, still, VR puts a big strain on it, depending on what I'm doing. I haven't done VR in a while. I used to really like just booting up something like VR chat and just going into private worlds and just walking around them. It's a really unique experience. Although then again, I would go on like a thing like VR chat just to go in a private world and not interact with people. That's really the Miko way. It's just like doing something social, but then keeping to yourself. Cool. All right, cool. So we have these set up now. I think I'm going to try to actually change it a little bit and use some undergrounds to get those flasks out of there. These are actually the wrong thing to filter for. We'll have to fix that really quick. There we go. That's better. So I think this will look a little bit nicer. So we'll do undergrounds. Hopefully this is fine. My logic is it should be. Oops, I did the wrong one. This is almost exactly what I wanted. Almost. This one's going to be a little bit off, but it's fine. Great. I actually really hate that that doesn't feed the right way. It would have looked so nice. All right, it's fine. So now our Betzelheim flasks come out here. This is the cube output. The cube output goes over to here. A Betzelheim flasks go over up there. So it's roughly where we want the Betzelheim flask to be anyway, so it's not that bad. I'm going to go ahead and just draw a line down here really quick. Holy spaghetti right there, though. Great. So this should be better now. We're missing 4 cubes. I'm really hoping there's 4 cubes in that box, because if there's not, then we have a genuinely large problem. Thank goodness, 4 cubes. So now we'll recombine our cube, and then we will 100% go do. Again, I think it'll be fine in the future. I think I know I set up for a pretty crazy amount of substrate to start. It shouldn't be an issue going forward. So let us bring this up here. I don't have any logic. Do I have logic down here for if it's going to go to the other way or not? It unloads here and then it just goes up. We don't have any logic for it to actually run ghost crystals again for a while. Hopefully it won't be necessary with our setup, but we might want to set that up regardless. I'm going to go waddle over to the cerebral substrate, which should be up here. Hopefully you can just run this and then get out of there really quick. Cool. So now our cerebral substrate should fill up again, so this should be able to run properly once more. What a blunder. Alright, so this should actually be set up now. We have our ghost crystals coming through. It is checking the total contents of the ghost crystals, which is currently greater than 5,000. Perhaps I should have it even higher, though, because it's counting the front of these. So why don't we make it greater than 50,000? That'll mean 2 of these are filled, which is kind of what I wanted to accomplish before. So now there's going to be a buffer of these, which will be nice as well. The cube will come down here. Everything is good and nothing is awful. The extra Betzelheim flasks go up. Is this also set up properly? Still don't know how you handle the stream and play cube. Honestly, like, it might be like a genuine issue of like who I am as a person. But like, I really like thrive. I thrive more when I'm focusing on a bunch of things at once, or at least a few things at once. I struggle a lot more when I'm just focusing on something. I probably would have given up on cube if not for, not given up per se, but taken a lot longer to like suss stuff out. If I was just left to my own devices, I'd be like, ah, my brain hurts, I'm leaving. Stream just keeps me shackled here. It's a win-win situation. How is our joy and despair looking? We're using a good chunk of it, but that's not a surprise. Like, we build up a bunch every now and then. So we do have a way to check it, but I don't think it's necessary because we're looking at the fluid right now. Let's go. I'm helping. You're absolutely helping, guys. Well, if I appreciate you. Okay, so this works now. Something notable is we have a boatload of ghost crystal now, which means we can work towards the next steps. These parts are actually quite easy. Ghostwire is just spectralite, which is one of our main things. And then this is spectralite, ghostwire, and then circuits in glass. So the science pack is mostly done with a big ol' parentheses after it saying, if this works, and then an end parentheses, because this part doesn't totally work yet. How is our logic looking? Currently, it's saying to send down because... Alright, cool, it's coming down. It's saying to come down because we don't have enough ghost crystals or fluid right now. I'm hoping it built up enough substrate. I didn't see how much it built up. That is 103k, or 206k, I guess, in total. Which should be enough, hopefully. Again, everything is much bigger now. The factory's just kind of been off. We haven't made any calcium, so we will run out of calcium here as well, which is a little bit unfork knife, but so it goes. So we're running here now. It's going, yes, substrate delicious. Building up some joy. Oh, I actually forgot to remove this. Cool. This might be a little bit too much joy and despair requested, to be honest with you. I could probably keep it like 100k each and be fine, but I figured this way it could just run on its own for a while. Calcium being at a deficit is really, 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 really bad. I'm pretty close to just taking a car and driving through a few of those storage systems just to get it going again, to be honest. How's our substrate looking? We've cut through about half of it now. We're getting really close to where it's going to go, so I'm going to just let it keep running for now. It should be only one more activation, right? Okay, cool. So now it should not activate anymore. Why are you still activating? All right, because you're looking at just heart now, and you have like a wrong check for it as well. Perfect. So now it goes through the cube system. Great. We have a little bit of substrate left, but we're not really gonna have a lot of jars, so we might have to redo some of these. We have a calcium box somewhere, right? Is that completely empty now? Watching the cubes over there is kind of crazy though. Making a bunch of ghost crystal. The dormant cubes go out here. Yeah, they're actually not gonna fill up. I mean, in theory, it's fine. It's just we don't have calcium. I have calcium on me. You want some calcium? Maybe I can request calcium. I bet there's a bunch in boxes somewhere. It's probably a good way to get a bunch of calcium out of boxes. Do you want a hand on how to get more calcium? Yes, please. Heart equals to heart is so right. Because I am 100% lost in the sauce on my calcium right now. There's got to be something I missed. If I had the Factorio video, I wouldn't be struggling as hard, I feel. Appreciate the hydrate redeem. I'll absolutely stay hydrated. You stay hydrated as well, Wise Wolf. And the rest of you too. You're not off the hook just because Wise Wolf did the hydrate redeem. Cool. So there is a good chunk of calcium I've been able to request. So I'm going to just manually feed it for now to get the process going. I think that's all of it though that was in boxes. It looks like there's no more. I thought our calcium would just be fine if we were processing ore. Wait, what? Where's the cube? Oh, there's a bunch of different cubes in different spots. Okay, I was confused. I thought I was zooming in on the train. I was like, how is there a tiny cube on a train? That shouldn't happen. There are 25 of them in there. It looks like they're slowly but surely getting repaired through this area as well. Explosive recipe, explosive smelting recipe takes more ore to get less metal, so you produce less calcium as a byproduct relative to how much metal you get out. Or more calcium as a byproduct. That makes sense, right? I mean, of course it makes sense, but like, this uses like normal rare earth metal, right? So like, can I use refined for it as well? Is there a recipe for that, or am I overthinking it? Because when you smush them and get calcium, right? You smush normal raw ore and then get refined raw earth metals. Can you also do it with the rare ones? Thought it took some smush up. It doesn't look like it, but there could be a recipe that we haven't unlocked yet. I could totally believe that being a thing. It makes logical sense to me, at least. Where are our cubes right now? Oh, it's interesting. Output full is not a issue I expected to have. Let's double our unloading. Very easy fix there. No, the calcium's really giving me a headache. I think when everything's running, it won't be as much of an issue, but we just haven't used any metal for a long time. I guess I could theoretically just make things extra with metals to keep it running. I just want to see a proof of concept where if this is running, that it'll successfully output what we need, and then the cubes will just repair themselves and go on their way. Has a good chunk of ghost crystals too. So it looks like we have a few cubes over here. One is in this machine. Do I have any more calcium? I have some bottled consciousness. Ooh, but this is going to be awkward if I make those uneven. Again, this shouldn't be necessary after, like, the first time. Awesome. So those have been repaired and gone through. There's still a huge buffer down here. The 3 remaining cubes go through here. They get processed into ectoplasm. I also might want to make a rule for the ectoplasm to check that we have unstable gas. That's probably a very good idea. The cube reforms on its own and then it returns to the life stream. Okay, so the theory works. This is a way for us to produce ghost crystals and to produce ectoplasm. We can set up more rules to look at things, but I think in theory this is a good start. And then it will leave this new section of factory and return onwards. I think I'm going to manually put it into the ore smelter for a little bit. I imagine it'll only do 1 cycle. What? I didn't get the cube? It's so sneaky. Oh, I'm pushing Z to pick it up instead of F. I don't know why. I guess I'm preemptively putting it into the thing. I think that's the line over there. I hope that's the line. It looks like the line, right? That's totally the line. It's got to be the line. I don't know why I'm coughing so much today. It must be my allergies or something. Cool. So this way we'll at least get some calcium. It's something. I think what we should do is change the rule on when we're checking for metal. I think that would help a lot, because if nothing else, those are empty up there. Sure, these are full down here, which is I think what we're using to check our rule right now. We should probably update it to be looking for that up there instead. So what are we looking at here? We're looking for a ghost. Spooky. Where is our spooky output to see if it comes down here? Must be a combinator that combines 2 different things. I'm willing to bet it's this one and that one. So here's our ghost. It's checking for the metal. The metal one is probably the combinator over here. It is. It's looking for greater than 1k metal. I'm going to go ahead and change that, or if we need that to be checking these upper ones, I think that's a fine solution. I think having this checking down there was a mistake, to be honest. So now you can't see anything, which is fine. I do want you to be able to see the ore, though. So where we're checking the ore? Must be those boxes up there. This is going to be a little bit awkward to disconnect everything I want. So I guess I'll just do this box specifically. I should have started here. I don't know why I was trying to be funky with it. Cool. So now this is seeing the ore, and it's seeing no metal at all. We're going to have it so that it connects over here and looks at these boxes to see if it should really run again or not. I'll do the second tier of boxes instead of the other one. So it won't be a little bit like... It won't be too full, hopefully, to be able to run again. So now looking at 4 boxes, which can be filled with, what? Is it 20,000 each or something like that? It's a lot of them. 6,000. Okay, certainly not 20,000. So we'll look at 20,000 as our rule now, instead of 8,000. So if it is less than 20,000, we want it to come up here and run, assuming that it also has stuff to run here. We'll make this a rule for above 1,000 just to run, I guess. Cool, so... those have run successfully. Now we're getting calcium flowing through the base again, which means things can start running, which means we're not totally reliant on this deadlocking here. If there's a way for us to just get rid of refined earth metals for something else too, I'm not against that conceptually. That would also work. I just don't know about a recipe for it, unfortunately. But regardless of that, for now, that should work. So now we have the framework for our 5th science pack. Honestly, calling it our 5th science pack kind of feels a little disingenuous now. Now that I know that the other science pack isn't listed with these ones, it just feels wrong. It is technically the first science, but it's very, very easy to make, so maybe it doesn't count in general. So we can now start making all of these fun things that we were debating making before. We can get rid of this, which reconvenes them. However, we're going to need it doing tendril expulsion, so you don't need to stay nearby. I really don't know how bad the tendrils are going to be. It says it makes 100 each time, which is kind of alarming. Okay, no, it says 4 to 16. I'm sorry, I don't know why I reached. How many tendrils is too many tendrils? Wait. What do you mean how many tendrils is too many tendrils? I'm going to assume that that means that it can only fit 100 and nothing bad happens if it reaches 100. How many tendrils is too many tendrils? Is this the Cthulhu mod that we were waiting for? Okay, so I need to set up this setup with the intent of offloading premonition cards and tendrils, as well as offloading or inloading bottled anguish, haunted energy cell, and spectral processors. So my theory about the anguish and the joy is lining up to what I thought. We're using more joy than anguish, which is ideal here. Believe it or not, it's a good thing. Hopefully it'll run through the cerebral substrate soon enough, and I wasn't too overzealous with my production requests up here. Right, that's for the explosion, and this is to see if we have more ore to spend. Is there really that much ore? Oh yeah, there's a crazy amount of ore here. I didn't realize how bad it was. I guess I backed up for a long time. What the heck does too many tendrils mean? Like, it's really eating away at me. Obviously, we have a filter inserter. We can use it as long-handed, which is our extremely long-handed filter inserter, which could be theoretically used for some shenanigans, but I don't know if we're ready to use it yet. I don't know if the factory is ready for extremely long-handed filter inserter. I'm going to kind of plan out what I want to happen here. I'm thinking we're going to want 2 things inserting here and maybe a little bit of belt weaving and a space between them. I guess belt weaving is the wrong term. So we'll have it be like this. We'll have one of these be, we'll say tendrils on this one. And then we'll have our synthetic premonition card on this one. Synthetic premonition card. Cool. So there's our science. I don't know exactly how I want this to look yet. Heck. There we go. That's better. Cool. So tendrils come out, right? Pog. We love tendrils here. We stand tendrils in this household. I'm thinking maybe I could have it be like undergrounds and kind of wavy like this and keep them close together. I don't know if that actually works in theory or not, though. Perhaps if I do it like this, it'll work out. Maybe. Okay, so this goes up here. They can all load here and we can underground. If I have the same thing over here, I should in theory just be able to do the exact same thing but flip it, right? Yeah, no, this looks good, right? I'm not crazy that this works. This is kind of exactly what I wanted, weirdly enough. Perhaps it's not that weird. Yeah, and then we can just copy that across the whole way, right? Then half of it goes on one belt and half of it goes on another belt. Okay, it doesn't quite work on the last one. No, it does work on the last one. We can just get rid of that to start. Okay, I realized now that these are going different directions, which wasn't my initial plan. But I'm not against it conceptually. No, I kind of wanted to go the other way. I wish I said it the other way, but we'll fix it now. And let's go up instead, and then across here, and then down here. And a little bit of weaving. I don't even know if I'd consider this spaghetti. This is elegant spaghetti. This is problem solver spaghetti. The kind of spaghetti that you want. I mean, honestly, there's not many types of spaghetti that one wouldn't want. You know what kind of spaghetti goes crazy that people totally like sleep on though, unironically here? Here's my culinary take for you today. Spaghetti squash goes crazy. If you've never had spaghetti squash, it's kind of what's on the tin, to be honest. Where it's like a squash that's kind of spaghetti-ish. It's really just squash, admittedly, but it's called spaghetti squash, and you kind of eat it like spaghetti, which is kind of cool. Okay, I think I have to take this call. Give me one sec. Okay, that was really funny. I guess it wasn't that funny in theory. But like, I was like, oh, sorry, could you repeat that? My phone cut out. And then the gentleman on the phone just started talking much louder. Like I was just like unable to actually like hear. Which was pretty funny, but that's okay. We are back now though. Kind of half and bake it. It's inside separates and noodles like shrimp. Exactly, it's precisely like that. It's really, really good though. I quite like it. I think we're gonna move this design a little bit because we need more space. It's creeping on this, and unfortunately we're gonna need 2 healthy lanes for a long-handed and short-handed inserter. Almost certainly. Is this good? This looks good. Yeah. Yeah, spaghetti squash goes crazy. That's my culinary recommendation of the day. So, where were we? We were going to get this set up here. No, this is unloading. Oh gosh, my head's all scrambled. I've been waiting for a few important phone calls, and that wasn't even one I was expecting to get, which is annoying. It was still like a phone call that was relevant. It wasn't like it was spam or anything, but like when you're waiting for a phone call, it's just the worst feeling when you don't get it. I guess not the worst feeling. Basically, a company should not be allowed to be like, hey, we'll get back to you in the next like 3 to 20 business days, because that's like a long span of time for someone such as myself. All right, cool. So we have our loading here for these. Much better. Now our science is looking very scienceable. I think the general structure of the science is just fine. So now all we need to do is make the components for it and then bring the stuff up there, and then we'll be good to go. Then we have our offloading done. So we need spectral processors, haunted energy cells, and bottled anguish. So I guess we'll start with spectral processors. And obviously, we'll need tendril expulsion as well. We do need the cube for tendril expulsion, so we'll probably want to set up something like this where we store a bunch of the tendrils in here. Which one is the tendril line? It's the upper line currently. Sure, we'll do it like that for now. Just for like the sake of like keeping track of what our plan is. And then this will be our science, which again, we're going to just have feed up here and then into the other science belt. So that'll be an easy one to just kind of have done and not think about. I will need to clean the other science belt though, so we should keep that notable. It appears the cube has been stuck. I have no idea how long the cube has been stuck. That phone call really threw me off on how stuck the cube was. I understand why the cube is stuck, and I know the cube is effectively never going to get unstuck. So I will go rescue the cube. And then I think we're really out of substrate, so put it there next. Again, it's just growing pains of the base. Once everything's up and running again and we start running science, everything will be consuming a bunch. So it's not super indicative to how much or how little we're going to end up being using in the run. I think it's just like a little bit deceptive. We're also out of matter units, which isn't really helping us produce anything. We do have a bunch of matter gel still though. So we're going to run the synthesizer here, and then it should go up there and then make a bunch of stuff in the meantime. Thankfully, we're getting a little bit of calcium coming through here. It looks like a healthy belt of calcium, which is making everything run again, which is very, very nice. So let's keep that going for now. Start stockpiling some of those, as we were saying, and we're looking very good on those ghost crystals. So back to the point at hand, we need to smelt our ghost crystals. So we're going to want a stack of smelting somewhere, probably down here, I would imagine. Seems like it's a lot easier to just do it a little bit off-site here. And plus we have this set up over here. So let's make a furnace stack. How many furnaces do we want for a ghost crystal stack? Good question. Let's find out together. Honestly, I have no idea. I guess I'll also craft a mausoleum to go up there. Just kidding, I don't have rare earth metals. So we'll go grab a few of those in the meantime. I guess they don't really come down this far, do they? Rare earth metals were so important up until now, and now it's calcium that's way more important. It's weird how this mod loves to kind of like flip-flop what the relevant thing is at any given moment. Very interesting. Keeps you on your toes. Cool. So I'll make a mausoleum for that. Thank you, little bots. I appreciate your hard work for whatever you brought me. We're going to need to bring down our sophisticated matter units. They kind of come down here a little bit, right? They're on this belt here, so they must make it down here somewhere. Perfect. So they go down here. So I think our logical thing here would be just make a splitter so that they can go here and then go down there naturally on their own. So I'm going to fix that really quick because I know we need the sophisticated matter units for something. I don't remember what it is, but I'm pretty confident, I guess. Let me see. Maybe we don't need them for anything. It was the energy cells. I was going to call them batteries. I guess they are just like spooky batteries if you think about it. So let's do that. And then we'll do an underground here to rescue it from this line of junk. Cool. So now we have access to this. We'll start bringing it down kinda, but we don't need to worry about it too much just yet. This will be relevant for other things we're building. What have I done? What a tragic mistake. How could this truly happen to me? Load the calcium in there, and then boom. We have our matter units kind of coming down here, which is good. I'm surprised the cube came down here. Ah, it was okay. It was to load up some more contraption cards. That's fine. Or are they contraption contemplation, not contraption? So you're going to come down here now. You're going to go up here, and we need you to resupply these. Why are you not going left? Okay, well, I figured out why that's broken. Oh my god, there's so much to fix. By the time we finish this science, it's going to be like 10 p.m. tonight. This is kind of an important one, though, because we do need matter to actually make things. I've been eating a lot of lightly fried pasta cooked in chicken stock with some bacon bits, spices, molten parmesan, a lot of past month or so. It's probably my favorite way to prepare pasta. Interesting. I've never had it like that before. I'm sure it's quite good, though. Oh, where is the cube going? Oh, no. Can I stop it? Maybe if I'm quick. Here we go. All right, so the plan was, I guess I'll fix the logic up here instead and just let the cube... We know the cube should be fine in theory to succeed, hopefully. Fingers crossed. But let's fix the logic up here, because I don't know why you're not going over there now. I don't even remember changing the logic here. Because we're out of steam. I never hooked the steam tank back in, I assume, and that's the issue? Because we are certainly not out of steam. In any way, shape, or form. We have an abundance of steam. So much heckin' steam. You wouldn't even be able to handle how much steam is here, to be honest with you. It's an alarming amount of steam. Okay, you weren't reading that we had any steam. Wonderful. Now we have more than 4,000 steam, so you should work again. Great. So I should fix that. Hopefully these can get through without too much effort, I guess. It does sound yummy. I really appreciate when people share like their own twists and stuff and what they've been eating lately, because it gives me more ideas when I go grocery shopping. Seeing the cubes like this is very interesting on the map. Can I zoom it in more? I guess I can, but then it shows like nothing really. I think that this area is almost perfect because you get an idea of where all the cubes are, but the way that it like kind of like hesitates in and out makes me a little bit, makes me feel wonky when I'm looking at it. Something that's really obvious that kind of eluded me before, but I don't know if it's necessary quite yet, is I could set up a feature where this only pulls and crafts anguish when we need it. But on the other hand, like, I think it's not a good idea because these fluids are like perfectly balanced effectively. Ish. Obviously this one fell a little bit behind because this is the forward one, so every time it turns off, I'll have to fix it, but that's fine. But I think right now, keeping them as balanced as possible is a good idea. Oh no, we have way too much ghost crystal. Why did you come down here if we have so much ghost crystal? That's actually a really good question. I must have messed that up too. I guess I have it messed up. What is it checking for? Is it checking for just that we have... Oh, you're only reading one of them. Wait, why are you only reading one of them? You're not only reading one of them. I had a misunderstanding of how much could fit in the box. My mistake. That was a certified oopsie moment. Hopefully we'll be able to barely fit this other one. Yeah, so these are 6K a box. So 12K is what I should have put instead of 20 or 50K. I don't know how I reached that 50K conclusion. So I was assuming it was 25k a box for some reason. It does appear that most of the cubes are able to leave now, so I think we're fine. We might have to manually pick up some of them, but I think we're good. Now, they're all able to barely sneak out. These machines are a little bit overloaded, but just barely. So thankfully, it looks like all the cubes will be able to leave. We've made some more ectoplasm, which we haven't spent yet. Oh my gosh, it works. I'm so happy that this works. What a relief, honestly. Like, genuinely, I was really like worried about this whole setup, but it seems to work. The cube reforms, it goes back on its way, and now we should get some matter units so the base should be able to consume more things, which is good. We are going to make, again, an abundance of anguish, because anguish is used in itself in this synthetic premonition card. So something we could do is we can start loading the anguish on now. Why don't I have any... we don't have any belts left. There are no belts. In regards to belts, we have no belts. Which is not ideal, as it were, but it is just how it goes sometimes. So we're going to also unload this here. I'm not quite sure a really eloquent way to do it, so I guess I'll do it upward, and then we'll have it bend to the left over here. And then I guess come down and around here. And then we'll have a splitter, and this is just how we're going to load our anguish for the science packs. Again, we're ahead on anguish now, but it shouldn't remain the case at all. It should be that they balance out way more once the science packs are started to be, like, created. But until they're created, it's going to be like this, unfortunately. We have created 100,000 basic contemplation cards at 43 hours, 22 minutes, 24 seconds. I'm going to guess we finished this at 150 hours. Space Age took me 130. I'm going to guess that this takes me 150. Maybe Space Age was more like 140. Maybe I should aim higher, but I'm going to guess anyways that we're looking at 150. Don't really have much to back that up other than just like an expectation. Oh, you know what? I could set a lot of these circuits better too. I should set it so that it only goes down when we have like 30k left or whatever, and then builds up to 100k later on. Thank goodness it's finally going up to the matter units. That was so necessary. We're completely out of belts. Granted, our buffer never really got to recover yet, I don't think, from when we did the whole base upgrade, but I think it was still worth it. So our extra bottled anguish will go down here and then go into the science. So these will be a lot more even than they look like they are right now. Thankfully, we actually have a buffer now of bottled euphoria. I can hardly believe it. But these are looking really good. Everything is looking fine down here. Let's go to our furnace stack like we were saying before. I'm going to have to handcraft the furnace stack, but again, we're a little bit locked on our matter units right now. How much to smelt is the question, and I don't really have an answer. Let's just spitball it and see how it goes, to be honest. We will design it in such a way where we can use beacons if we want to. Because sometimes beacons are kind of nice. Do not like what the wires did there. It's my fault for placing it in that specific way. I like when the bots form shapes. Like they're trying to spell something out for me. Like, you put these way too close together, bozo. You should have noticed. And I'm like, aw, heck. Absolutely clowned on. We'll have an output in the center here of our smelted ghost crystal, which is spectralite at the end of the day. Don't know if I'll put it exactly here, so we'll put this for the moment. Let's put in the recipe for it. So it's 8 ghost crystal outputs, 4 spectralite with an 8-second crafting time. So effectively, it's 1 comes out every half second, give or take. You know, it does say it right there. I didn't really have to run the math, and the game does spell it out for me. This being said, how much do we produce in one go through? It's 64 times 100. So we make 6,400. We consume 2 per second. So 6,400 will take 2,400 seconds to get through for one machine. Obviously, every machine we add cuts down on that. Really, right now, I'm just thinking a big ol' stack is what we want. How big is a big ol' stack? I haven't figured that part out yet, but hopefully we'll figure it out together. It appears that my power poles are a little gunked on this side as well. So let's fix that, and then we will start layering them. We've got the space here. May as well use it. We can also double up on the stack as well. We have so much space here. This might be kinda over the top for a stack, but I'm going to make this one really big because I want this to process very quickly. So we have a fairly like accurate representation of exactly what we're dealing with material wise, right? I need to do a deconstruction planner here for the tree so we can see a little bit. I also have this belt wrong, so I'm glad that I hesitated a little bit. So we can put through 45 items per second on this belt. These consume 2 per second, so actually we're a little limited by the furnaces themselves, huh? The stack's probably already over, like, the top, right? We get it faster when we can do it, but... Copy those across there. Whoops, I didn't mean to disconnect that. There we go. Cool, so... I guess we can start with this stack. This should be a pretty decent input. We can always just double the stack and create more belts of the ghost crystal itself. That should be easy. Thankfully, they're electric furnaces, so there's no input for any fuel or whatever. I was going to say fluid, but not many furnaces taking fluid, I don't think. Go ahead and move that back a little bit so I have more space over here. Then rotate this out, and then we have our offloading for our spectralite. Apparently I am going to load in the middle because I have now changed my design like several times, so we will load in the middle after all. I didn't realize I wanted to load in the middle. Oh my gosh, I could have just copy pasted this whole thing and then flipped it. Boom. Wait, that's the wrong button. Boom. Cool. So we'll load in the middle and then we'll load the spectralite outward on the side. Looks like we're making a bunch more belts now too, because suddenly I have a bunch of belts to place, which is nice. We will need to handcraft more of these furnaces. I really should have set up automation for them. I know that I should do it now since I've talked about it a few times, but I'm still not going to do it now. Actually, jokes aside, I think I'm going to do it finally. Because it's kind of a pain. And we're probably going to need more stacks in the future. But the mall is also like really full of garbage right now, which is unfork knife. So let's put it here. Move this over here. Okay, I keep accidentally trying to place that blueprint, which is not the ideal. Set this as electric furnace. That way this will kind of finish itself over time. It's not the most ideal, but it will get done. Oh, I should limit that box as well. We don't want to leave that to its own devices for too long, because then we'll have thousands of furnaces we don't need. Oh, okay, so we don't have any spare express underground, so I'm going to just get rid of a few of those. So if you trash something you have requested, the boss just put it right back in your inventory. I never realized that. That's funny. Let me go swing back up there and I'll go manually place it myself. This will be our stack for spectralite for now. Again, having that one belt limiting it does make it tougher, but if we have a whole separate dedicated belt, which should be really easy for us to do, by the way, we'll be able to smelt more. But it also might not be necessary to smelt more right now. We'll have to see. Play it by ear. There we go. So now we are making electric furnaces passively. They stack up to what, 20 normally? 20 it is. Should be plenty. Alright, we'll clean up our inventory a bit. We'll go stick those deep introspection cards into the science maker, and then we'll start working on the last few things we need to get the science going. Did I just mess that up? I saw one of those hands move. I must have put it in the hand, and the hand immediately inserted it. Great, so you got everything flowing in the base now, hopefully resupplying all of our belts and underground belts, because I'm sure a lot of them were used for upgrading the base as well, so it makes sense that things were a little bit tight on supplies for a while. Okay, so the cube splits itself, comes through here. We've got our despair and our joy turning into bottled anguish and euphoria. Those come down here. Those are good there. Fantastic. We have extra. Yeah, see, these numbers are actually not that close. Hopefully they'll stay close. So I know this is a really big belt with them. let us do our, I guess we'll plug this in and just see how it schmelts once everything's set up. And then this will output to here, and this will just be our spectrolite, and then our spectrolite needs to be turned into a few different things. First of which is going to be ghost wire, I believe. So we have our belt here of spectrolite. We're going to need to process the ghost wire to start. So we'll start with it's going into map mode and placing down a few of these and seeing, wow, that is not super straight. Surprise, surprise. Ghost wire. It's 1 spectrolite to 16 ghost wire. Crazy ratio for us. In addition, we're going to need these spectral processors, which is another thing demanding glass several times down. This is actually like really, really high on glass in itself because it needs glass for itself and then glass for the advanced circuit as well. Does the electronic circuit need it too, or is it just the advanced? I think it's just the advanced, right? But it says it needs 3 glass in the recipe, so there must be one more in there somewhere. Oh, it's 2 advanced circuits. Okay, cool. So we're going to want to probably look at another glass stack, I would imagine. It's a 10-second crafting time for our spectral processors, which is a fairly slow crafting time. To match up our demand for our science, we need to do 0.08 per second per machine. This makes 0.1 per second. For a moment, I thought it was 0.01 per second, and I was like, no chance. You're actually out of your mind right now. This said, that means that if we do 5 machines, we'll say we can have 4 of these. And we currently have a little over 5 machines times 3. We have 16 machines here. So a 4th one will be necessary, right? No, a lot more than 4 will be necessary. We need like 10 of them or so. That sounds about right-ish. That's a lot of these, though. This is going to be a gnarly science pack compared to the other ones. This one was pretty chill. This one that we remade started to get a little spicy, but like, keeping in mind, this has a demand here of 0.1 of these per second. This has a demand of almost 0.1 of the next step up, which also has a demand of 0.2 of those per second. So this is going to be a lot of circuits for this build, let me tell you what. All right, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 0.8 per second. Probably want to do 2 more. It sounds about right to me. Sweet. So we have 1.0 spectral processors per second, 60 per minute. That's so much. It has a demand of 0.1 of the spectrolite per second, which is easy enough. The ghost fire is also just spectrolite. So 2 of these things are very, very simple, to be honest. It's really just those circuits which are going to be really spicy, because not only are we making green circuits to make those red circuits, which are already going to take like a good chunk of them, but we're also going to need to make green circuits for this itself. So it's going to be a lot of circuits. I'm going to do 10. Hopefully 10's right. My brain's struggling with math at this point, so we're just going to commit to it and say 10's probably right. You know, just sometimes you got to follow your heart, right? Sometimes your heart says that's fine. It looks like every 5 of these machines requires 4 of these machines. Wait, no, that's not right. 5 of these require 2 of these. That's right. Cool. So we can do 2 of these to satisfy the demand for these fabricators on their own. This is not satisfying the demand for the red circuits, but 4 of these for those specifically. Now, the red circuits themselves require 0.66 each and output 0.16, which is not enough to satisfy this. Oh my gosh, we're going to need even more red circuit makers. This is going to be a very demanding build. So 0.16, this requires 0.2 per second. So it's about 50% or 25% more. So we'll tack on 5 more, which should be a little bit over what we need. Now, to satisfy this, with these 15 of these made, they each go, oh my god, my poor brain right now. They consume 0.66 green circuits, each of them per second. So to satisfy that many green circuits, we have 15 of them. I'm breaking out the calculator. I'm done trying to think. It's over. 0.66. This is normally math that I was like good at. All right, they consume 9.9, which means we need 10 more of these. So we'll just do, I guess I was going to do, there, that should be 10 more. This should be what our stack looks like, not considering our demand for wire, which is also going to be extraordinarily high. Now, the wire makers are a little bit more convenient because they spit out 4 at a time. However, oh my god, this demand is so high. So, let's look at this. These require 1 machine. Very simple. Right on the point. 1 machine satisfies these 4. These ones require... Every 3 of them is 1 machine. We have 15 of them, so this will be 5 machines. I guess I'll do another deconstructor plan over here. I'm gonna just leave the calculator open. I feel like it's getting some love today. So I'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a 5th one over here as well. Cool, looks good. Now, this one will require 3 machines. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, this stack is going to be so rough. I can't believe how many red circuits it needs. At least blue circuits always do this to me, though. It's not like a mystery. Blue circuits and me just don't mix anytime. So I think we're going to try and build this out here, to be honest. Now, we're running into some issues, though. We're really far down the stream now for, like, supplies. This is where we make our basic matter units, and they just go through here, and then, like, there's one line that comes down here and goes over there. Where does this even go? Oh, it just stops right there. Oh, there's a really dedicated line we can rip from, actually. It's not so bad. I didn't realize this line wasn't doing anything, but... This is a lot of demand for matter units on its own, right? I guess the demand for matter units actually isn't that bad. I was thinking it was kind of crazy, but if it's just these, it's like 2 for each machine. We have, what, 10 of them here, 4 of them here. So almost 30 per second. Which is high, but our belt can sustain it very easily. Okay, maybe I was a little overdramatic. The metal can also be pretty easily sustained. Oh, I didn't think about the glass stack either. We definitely need a new glass stack. There's no way we can tap in any other glass stack right now. So these need 0.16 per second. There is 15 of them, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Yeah, it's 15. So we'll do 15 times, what was the number? 0.16. 2.4 glass per second. The glass making machines are electricity. Oh, I guess because it's going through that process is very expensive. We should probably turn on the next reactor as well. Our glass machine makes 0.25 per second, so this stack here makes 2 per second, so we will need a bigger stack than this by 1 section. So we'll have to keep that in mind. It's going to be 6 of them. I think what we'll start doing is turn on a second reactor, to be honest. Now that it's all running and stuff, we clearly need it on the power front. So let's go ahead and turn this one on. Why are you not running, out of curiosity? Oh, you need the cube to jumpstart it. Right, all right. We'll grab the cube and go jumpstart it at one point. Wait, no. The cube's not going to be able to do anything. Why did it come down here for crystals? I thought I changed the rule where it wasn't going to come down. Heck. I guess I messed up the rule. I was excited to see the cube come down here, but now I'm actually super bummed about it. I'm gonna hopefully catch most of them in the process and just put them in the recombiner. Alright, where are the other cubes? If you're holding a cube right now, please raise your hand. I would like to reconnect the cubes. They must reform into a singular... Ooh, I see you can't output your cube because of that. Into a singular unified cube, so please return the cube if you've taken it. It was funny that you took it in the first place, I'll admit. It did make me laugh, but the cube needs to recombine into 1 cube, please. It's a real problem right now. Okay, cool. Those will run through there. They can easily repair from here. What did I mess up, though? It shouldn't have gone through here. It should have seen we had plenty of stuff and not come down here. I wonder if it was as simple as messing up one thing. Did I do it backwards? Is that what it is? And I had it right the first time? Where is the thing reading ghost crystals? It's right there. I had it backwards, which is totally fine. Actually, I want to borrow you really quick. I don't remember why. Oh, right. I want to start the other reactor. So let's go turn the other reactor. Surely now, especially with, whatever the heck it's called. Come back, cube. There we go. With having the Covarex system kind of going almost at full capacity, I think we'll be fine to run 2 of these now. Can probably turn on all 4 and be fine with how convenient Covarex is, to be honest. But 2 will be fine. I don't want us dipping under max power at any given point. I didn't see how bad the demand was, but it was clearly not great. It maxes out our turbines pretty hard when it goes in there, so... Just gonna really quickly sneak up there and throw the cube in. I wonder if I should turn them all on. Nah, we shouldn't. I think I need to fix the infrastructure down here as well. Oh my goodness gracious. We've used a lot more uranium fuel cells than I thought. Also appears that our line of it is not looking so good. I guess because this doesn't really run anymore. However, look at that. We're starting to get some uranium-235, so we should be able to start running this machine pretty soon. I also need to fix the logic for this because clearly there's no... It's just not enabled to run. Cool. So now we can make more fuel cells. Glad we checked on this, actually. It's crazy how much of the base we just kind of like leave for a little bit and then check on later it's broken. Okay, I accidentally put the cube on the ground. I was really confused there as to what was happening. We're gonna kick on this one. Hey Del, nice to see ya. How's it going? And we're going to pull this one out and then we'll manually recharge it. I think we'll just run 2 for now. It should be fine. Glad to hear it's going good. We have a little bit of a stockpile, but we obviously want to run some Covarex while we're here. We fixed the logic down there, so it should only go down there to make ghost crystals. Granted, we might need it for ectoplasm separately. I don't know. I don't know how the ectoplasm demand's going to be, to be honest with you. We're probably going to have a separate thing pulling off for ectoplasm instead of the main thing, but that's fine. Research something? I can't. I don't have any more research. I'll put on something for you, though. Mystery Furnace. We're all interested in Mystery Furnace. We love Mystery Furnace, but it's just not going to research. Alright, so I'm going to put it in the repair thingy here. It's gonna make a boatload of these right now. Why is there 234 here? Very strange. Why is there no research? I'm making the science pack right now. We're just in process and it's gonna be a really tall order, so... My logic here was strange. Why did you leave so soon, I wonder? You're trying to make sure that we have... None, but I never combined you over to here. So now you're probably going to see there's 37 and keep running. I want to make another rule for this. This only unloads at a specific condition as well. Cool, so now I want you to only enable disable when... There it is. When this is less than 5, we'll say. That way we don't unload too many of them here so the cube doesn't spend too long here. You're making spiderweb, sushi, and spaghetti. I'm making a lot of things. Some of it's more elegant than others, admittedly, but I'm making a lot of stuff. That's part of the fun, though. Okay, how is our fuel looking? Our gelatinous tar storage is so nice now. These big tanks are actually such a crazy upgrade. I don't think I've ever been super excited about getting a bigger storage upgrade, but Ultra Cube really does it to you. How should we call it? Spaghetti train network? The Pasta Express could work. Alright, let's pick this up because this space is not necessary. And let's start making this. Why do you have 234? I have 235. It's just because the mod pack added in a different kind called 234 as well as 235. Okay, so how do I want to do this? The question remains, should I make like all of my stuff dedicated? I could have one area bringing down the metal and then we make all the wire in one spot. It makes 4 per second, so we would have a total of 9 wire makers, which would put out a little under 40 per second, which would in fact satisfy a belt just fine. So let's make all of our wire in one home, just to keep it simple. I think we'll also do the same with our circuits in one home, just so we're not like bouncing back and forth between like making them in different spots. The nice part of this too is that we can just have the metal go to here and then be done. The question is, where the heck is the closest place for me to pull the metal? Because it's not going to be anywhere pretty. I'm guessing it's over here, but we'll see. Metal goes over here as well. We could pull a new line of metal off the belt. That might be a better idea. Honestly, it's probably like the play. But where is a good spot to bring it down? This line here looks quite nice to just get the metal down. If I can get it to here, it should be like a straight shot effectively. So I'm going to start designing it with that in mind. Just so we have like a new place we're tapping into the metal. Now, the downside of this too is that it's kind of far down the line. So we're going to be ripping metal from the end of it, but we're going to pretend it's fine. I'm going to set up a device here for it to rip off a lot more right in this spot, because this is a pretty high demand spot to be getting it. Oh no, it does not really fit, but it's fine. We can make it fit. If there's a will, there's a way, you know? And the will right now is I don't want to deal with it not fitting. So there is in fact going to be a way that we manifest. My laziness will lead to some builds that probably are not okay to exist, but they're gonna exist because that's how we make it work. So now we have metal coming all the way down here, which we didn't have before. Wait a minute. Ah, okay. I see. I guess technically we have stone now that we didn't have before. But it will be metal in a little bit once we fix it. I had to close the stream pulling 20 UPS. Ah, no worries. Thanks for stopping in. Pasta army is laying down a siege on the pizza tower located in the tomato plains. All right, see, now I'm hungry. I really want pizza. I haven't had pizza in a while. So, okay, I'm not slandering roommate here. Before anyone says more roommate slander, I'm not slandering her. She doesn't like pizza that much. She'll eat pizza, don't get me wrong. But she's not really like a big pizza fan, right? So if we're like, hey, let's go out somewhere, it's usually something like Olive Garden, which is fine. Love Olive Garden. Great food. They treat you like your family there, allegedly. That's like their whole like thing, right? However, sometimes I just want to like go somewhere to like a pizzeria and get something, which she does not want, which is fine. But it's also kind of a crime. I'm hoping my math was right and that this will be like a fine stack to pull from. Oh, this said we've kind of unlocked loaders here as well. I know we have some of them, but either way, like, come on, it's pizza. It's cascading, but I think it's not going to make it down here. I think we'll be lucky if it makes it here. Now, granted, we can let it so the whole belt fills. As long as we're not consuming it constantly, the belt should naturally fill over time. But we are, in fact, making spectralite now, which is pretty cool. Did the metal come down all the way yet? Or is it still traveling? Well, it's not coming down literally at all because it's actually impossible to come down right now. So let's fix that really quick. Bring our metal home. Now that'll come down. Bring it down a little bit further. And we'll bring it around here. And now we can start processing this over here. This is going to be almost certainly like over the tracks. This is like a really tall order build, to be honest. But this is where our wire will be done for our stack. This is like the third or fourth time I've had to set up red circuits, which I guess isn't that weird, but I really should have made like a uniform thing. I didn't think it'd be that big though. Not a huge fan of pizza as far as frozen pizza is concerned. Properly homemade or restaurant quality pizza is amazing though. Yeah, I agree with that much. Frozen pizza ain't bad though. I'm going somewhere nice and sitting down. I think it just makes me think of my childhood. There's a really nice pizzeria like down the road from where I grew up. Although from my understanding it got sold or something and someone else took over and now it kind of is not so good. So 07 to that pizzeria. Okay, so we'll have most of this come down, the other part of it go up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 9 of them. It's not going to be even. That's fine. Here's our wire. Boom. Wire done. Bring it across here. And that's done. Now we need to bring matter down to make the green circuits, because it also takes metals now that I'm thinking about it. So we'll go ahead and make the green circuits over here. There's so many of them, though. This is absurd how much we need. It's kind of irresponsible in a way. Trying to think of where we want to make this exactly. Sure, we'll do it on the line of the train. This will give us a little bit of space. Get rid of these and then bring them down here, and then they'll go alongside the train line. I really didn't think I'd be building so close to this train line. I would have probably made it elsewhere otherwise. So we get to watch the train go by, right? It's like nice. This is a luxury. You think it's bad having a house right next to a train line? No, you're wrong. I mean, you're kind of right in a way, but I don't want you to be right now because it doesn't really prove my point. So I'm going to say you're wrong, and I hope you'll play along at least, because I kind of need this victory today. Thank you for your understanding. All right, cool. That looks good. So now we need matter units and rare earth metals coming through. Oh, maybe we want to build this one up. I know that I just made this, though. If we do it like this, we're going to have to put matter units and rare earth metals on the same line, which is not the end of the world. It looks like matter units are not used for anything else, but this does consume 2 per second, which is going to be really straining it. How many is here? 5, 10, 14. It's probably fine, but it might be kind of close. But you know what? We'll stick with it. This does, in fact, qualify as a future Miko problem. Cool. So we will plug this in and then bring down the matter units, and that is our green circuits done too. But this is where it gets annoying, because we're going to need to figure out how to improve our fluids. I've noticed that the metal up there broke, and that's why that's not working right now. Wonder why that happened. I think I know why. I set it up initially so that there wouldn't really be a situation in which the machine up there for the uranium doesn't run more than like once or twice at most. So there's no real contingency for like what happens if we have a crazy demand of uranium suddenly. So let me go ahead and fix that. We also need to bring down matter. I think we'll find a line that's usable, right? It was for... Let me do the matter really quick, and then we'll go fix the uranium. Or at least like mark where it is. Hello, bots. Thank you for flying by. I believe it was right here where we wanted to grab it. Somewhere around here. Perfect. Hard part's going to be getting it down, admittedly. But if we could just eke it down, it'll be fine. This is really getting tight on space, though. Alright, that was so much easier than I thought it was going to be honest with you. That is so fortuitous. Holy guacamole. Sweet, so now you just bring it over here, and then we'll bring it down alongside the science. I think it's like home free from there, kind of. I guess I'll bring it down here, actually. I don't think the matter's used for anything else, though, so maybe it's smarter to just bring it right first. Is there space to the right to do that? Kind of, but not really. You know, I'll just bring the matter down here. Maybe we'll use it for something else in the future. We're not really occupying the space right now, so we may as well just keep it simple. We'll do it one further in case I want a separate line of unloading here, too. Let's plan for the future, because that could be something we want eventually. This will be our matter units coming around here, and we will do one space here for aesthetic value, so it looks a little bit nicer, or at least a little bit more planned out. And then we plug it in right over here, and boom. That should be green circuits done. Let's go rescue our thing while that's all setting up. I think while we're up there anyways, I want to take a little bit of time to redo our unstable gas setup, because the unstable gas is going to be really, really in demand now. It's already kind of has a big demand, but I don't know if I upgraded the tank there, so I think that could be a good start so that we can have more of it available. Oh, beacon juice. The temptation. Such a weird mod though. Like looking at stuff like you've got unstable gas, which is like whatever, elbow grease and then ethanol and beacon juice and then euphoric release. What a bizarre set of things to have. Yeah, so this never got upgraded, so I want to upgrade this if we can. But let's go rescue the cube first. It should be really easy. It should just be grab cube, put cube in here, and then cube should be rescued effectively. If I make explosives around here, I can actually upgrade this as well to make it so that it makes more each time. Could be a good idea, potentially. We need to make a new rule for this running, I think. I think we're probably going to base it on how many cells we have available, because I don't think it's ever going to be like the uranium is the issue anymore, if that makes sense. But I don't really want to deal with it right now. My cube. I'm gonna just send the cube on its way. That's plenty of cells built up now. We'll fix it in a bit. It'll be fine. Like I said, future Miko problem. Current Miko wants to throw down a bigger container. So make a few more Sherman tanks and we're just gonna attach them over here. Because unstable gas is like really precious and I do not want to lose the stuff that's there. Map mode really quick, go upwards, and then boom. I basically always want this stuff filling up. This will consume a pretty diabolical amount of refined tar. We have so much gelatinous tar in the queue though, so it's worth it. Just consume it. Get it in a box. I don't care if it's excess because we are living excess right now. That just needs to be how things are. Go back down to our science build on the map. Look at that, a beautiful line of green circuits, everything worked out. So for red circuits, what do we need? We need the conductive wire, which we can bring right down here. We need green circuits, and then we need glass. So ideally we'll put the glass on the same line as the green circuits, just for the sake of simplicity here. So I think we'll build it right here. Very similar to what we have. The one thing that's like potentially a little bit messed up is getting that gas in there. I think it's probably easier to load from the top, maybe. Certainly, I would say certainly easier to load from the top. So we will do it like this, I think. I'm going to copy this across each of them. We're going to want double red inserters. Simply because this is going to be a really like spicy lane to pull from. Alternatively, what I could do, actually I think that's what I'm going to do instead. Let's change the design so that this just goes down here instead. So that way we can off-put on a red inserter, which will be a lot less stressful on our materials. This will be a lot easier to successfully grab everything we need. I'm going to empty that really quick too, because clearly the belt's all scrunked now. So we'll have this feed out this way. Oh heck, I'm gonna have to clear the whole belt. That's fine. I'll replace the belt. Cool. So now it should be feeding the correct way. So we'll have this go this way, and then again, we'll put the glass on the belt over here somewhere, somehow. There will be glass eventually. We want the glass to go right there. We'll leave a note for ourselves effectively. And this should be how it looks across all of these. Probably should have grabbed the other part of the pipe here as well, but I'm not totally sold on where I want the pipe yet. Wonderful. So now we have, in theory, a setup to offload red circuits for our very tall red circuit build. I guess it's very long now. Is it really different? Is tall and long, are they like meaningfully different concepts? I gotta feel like the answer is no, right? It's just like slightly differently oriented, long or tall or whichever. Look, they both get the job done either way. Okay, so our unstable gas, I upgraded how much we could store there. Let's start piping it down here because that's a really important one. Also, we're going to want a few more of these set up as well. I'm going to move this one now. My initial plan was to set it up so that these are basically full distance from each other if I could fit it. So we're going to try that, hopefully. That will overlap the pipe by one, so let's not do that. Bring it back a little bit closer, assuming I do the pipes there, which I might not. I might bring the pipes out longer as well. Cool. So they have to get a little bit closer as it goes on, I guess. But substations are the best. They should work perfectly here. So those will go down, and then we will have our red circuits done once we get the glass stack set up as well. So like I said before, we're going to need 6, I guess, not 6 of these. I don't know why my brain says 6. I guess 12 is a more proper one. That'll give us enough stuff to do. I think I'm going to just copy this design that we have here, and we're going to just make another one effectively. Because we're going to want dedicated crushers for it. So I will crush over here, I suppose. Right? No reason not to. Here's a separate crusher setup. We will, whoops, probably don't want to get rid of the rail that makes it so that the train can go. Thinking about it critically for a little bit of time. Maybe not the play. Cool. So now we have our stuff coming through here. We can just copy paste this. We have this automated now. Wow, so proud of us. We finally did it. Haters will say it's fake. Believers will know it's real. And we'll just have it so that it feeds right over here. Boom. We'll copy this. We'll have one more of these go back here. And then that should be our glass stack creeping up. I really love when Factorio gets to this point where, like, you can just kind of, like, use your bots to do, like, a really big build really quick. That's certainly a super appealing part of the game. Though it is kind of fun in the beginning, kind of scrambling around. But this does kind of go crazy. This should, in theory, be enough glass to satisfy our ravenous glass demands. Hopefully. Now, these are flats that come here normally. We do need the raw glass itself, and we need it to come in here somewhere. I don't know if we can underground across these machines. If we can, it's super duper easy. If we can't, it's a little bit more annoying. Let's see what our range is like. I'm willing to bet we need to go for like here-ish. Maybe not, hold on. Maybe we're fine. Okay, we're not fine. This is still fine though. We can underground here, just easy peasy. So I'll put this here, we'll underground, and then we'll do another underground right here as well, and that should be a sufficient solution for it. Oh right, we do have to craft the crushers themselves, I forgot about that. We'll set up the rest of this first though. Wow, building over train lines is kind of cursed. I've never really done it before. Usually I keep my build really far from the train line, but I figure it might as well. Like, it's a big open area. Holy moly, our circuit board is getting so big. Cool, so let's go handcraft some crushers. Gonna eat something? Please enjoy. Eat something vicariously for me. I'm hungry, but I don't really want to go eat. And I'll absolutely stay hydrated as well if I appreciate you. Make sure you're staying hydrated as well, and apparently well sated, I guess would be the word. Well fed. Eat food, food good, yum yum. It appears the cube is stuck on nothing, which is a new one for me. Why is the cube stuck on nothing? I guess it's not literally nothing. Why is there an underground there, I suppose? The underground is facing the wrong way. That must have been placed later. It's got to be somewhere in this line here, right? There it is. Cool. So that's fine now. Please don't split yourself into 64 smaller cubes. I'm begging ya. Don't do it. Okay, cool. That logic should be right now. Hopefully. Fingers crossed it should be right. Let's handcraft a few more crushers because we need those. Do I have a request for rare earth metals? I don't. We'll have to go grab our own. Thankfully, we have a line coming down here now. I think having it so that rare earth metals reach like everywhere is a really good idea, but I'm also not against the concept of like getting a whole new stack of smelting them somewhere. Interesting how Hypercube encourages tighter builds to make use of the aura, while Pyanodons encourages really large far apart builds because stuff just gets so large you want to make sure not to block yourself later. It's true, it's a very interesting way to play. It's a very makes your brain function a lot differently. At least when it comes to circuits and stuff, I have had to learn a lot of things that I've never learned before. And I still feel like I've barely scratched the surface, which is a very Factorio feeling for sure. Cool, so those are good now. Oh, actually, we're going to need one more of those, thinking about it. Which is a little bit yikes, but I don't think that that will be enough to sustain the stack. I think we need one more of them. Which is not a big deal. It's just not going to look very clean. You matter. This is kind of cursed, but it's also kind of perfect, so we'll take it. Alright, let's make one more crusher. Go put that down over there. It seems like the belts and stuff have started to back up in boxes again, because I'm full on express splitters and whatnot. So our build is working fine. Cool. That should be enough now, because these produce 4 per second. Each of these consume... Oh, they have speed modules in them. I actually don't want speed modules in these, weirdly enough. I almost just got hit by a train. I guess that's the one big issue with this setup is that I am kind of low-key chilling on a train track most of the time. These should not be necessary. I set up all those modules. I don't really use them enough. Oh, I should put prod mods in things. I guess I don't have modules even automated, do I? Okay, we have Mondo prod mods. Let's put those in the science packs, even if they're going to be a little bit slower. I don't know if that's enough productivity modules, but it might be. Okay, what are we working on? Right, so we're going to try to get the gas down here. Looks like unstable gas comes all the way around here already. Oh, I'm using it for the ectoplasm. Great, it's actually super close then. Wow, I thought that was going to be way more annoying to bring by. I think we'll do it like this, so that we have a little bit of space to do the connections between them. And then we'll do pipes in here. Do labs support prod mods and ultra cube? That is a wonderful question. I completely forgot about labs existing. They sure heckin' do. Slap them in there. Good call. Alright, so put some normal pipes here, and then we'll just copy paste this across to keep the design. Should be just fine to set up like this each time. I really do not know if our unstable gas will be able to keep up. I'm hoping it will, but it's tough to tell. There's the unstable gas. We still need the glass to come through, and we almost got it set. That should be the glass done as well. So now we have our green circuits, our glass, our unstable gas, and our conductive wire. So believe it or not, because I am truly shocked to learn it. Wait a minute, you can't output. We gotta move you over one. Can everything else output okay? Yeah, everything else is fine. It's just this one was not super kosher for that. Wait a minute. No, you can totally output just fine. You have your belt set up already. Oof, I'm losing my mind already. So red circuits are done. Cool. The green circuits are also done. I forgot we over-designed green circuits. So these are both fine. We can technically put them on the same belt. How much is consumed? A pretty similar amount to both. I think I'll just put them on the same belt for simplicity's sake. So we'll put a splitter over here for green circuits. I guess we can move it right here instead. Output priority right. Green circuits. They're not called green circuits. Of course they're not. And then we just have that go there. Boom. We have our belt. Green circuits and red circuits on a belt together to make our spectral processors. And now we have kind of the easy part. Heck, I forgot that you also need glass. I'm going to assume I took into account how much glass you need in addition to the glass here. If I didn't, I'd be quite surprised, but I'm going to assume that I did. This being said, I'm going to go back on that decision because we can just use this belt again. I really hope I took into account the math for that. I don't think I wouldn't, but it's possible that I didn't, which is a scary thought, to be honest. But hopefully we'll just be fine. So I think we'll move these down a little bit over to here. I mean here. I mean here. Third time's the charm. Are these symmetrical with the lower ones? No, they're slightly off. Ultra cringe. There, that's better. Great, so put those there. We can line those up and put those there. There's our other inserters. So now we just need the ghost wire and the spectralite, which is, honest to goodness, the very easy part. Like, we've done the hard part already. And it wasn't even that hard, so maybe I was a little bit dramatic. Actually, no, wait a minute. All this was really tough. I take it back. I don't know what I was thinking saying that wasn't hard. We just have this whole thing, and it doesn't really make sense to me. I don't think we have enough ectoplasm either. So there's still a lot to fix, but the general structure is looking pretty good. So we need 40 ghost wire per sec, 40 ghost wire per second. 400 ghost wire per action was not on my bingo card. 40 ghost wire per second. That is an obscene amount of ghost wire. Like, even if we were like direct feeding him, it would be 3 to 1. That's like a truly alarming amount of ghost wire per second. Well, we can look at it from the fact that we have 10 of these machines, so we'll need 30 of these, which is... It just feels so wrong. I mean, technically it's not 30, but we need a lot of these. Maybe we'll speed mod these for the sake of space. How does it look if I throw 4 speed mods into it? Is that a dedicated blue belt for each inserter or fabricator? That's what it seems like. That's why I'm like kind of thinking about my space here. That's a crazy amount. I did not realize it was so high. This makes 28.7. If I can get it to 20, I'd be satisfied, or close to 20. Okay, so with this, we can do 20 of them. However, what in goodness' name am I going to do about this space where I put them? I could theoretically make them on the left and right sides and then bring in 5 belts each. That looks very doable. It's very tight on space, but I think it's possible. And then we'll do half the build on the other side. Now, no, it should be pretty easy. I was going to say we're going to have trouble getting the stuff over there, but it should be just fine. We're going to load it from each side, though. And then we'll have the output go out here towards the science packs, which are, I guess, up there, which is fine. Does that also need ghost wire? No, okay, all right. I forgot there's a whole extra thing, the haunted energy cell that we also need. My goodness, there is so much. I wasn't quite emotionally prepared for what Ultra Cube was throwing at me here. I was thinking this was not going to be easy per se, but a heck of a lot simpler than this, I'll tell you what. Thankfully, these process so slowly that this should be fine for the output. I hope. Have I set this up wrong? I think I have. Yeah, this needs to be one over. For my design. Yeah, that makes sense. So we should just be able to copy this now. This specific part here should just be perfectly mirrored everywhere. How bizarre. Not what I expected. Thankfully, we have just enough space to do this design. Ultra Cube once more consistently proving that if you think you have a design that makes sense, you don't, because it's just going to get weird in a little bit. Going to reverse these ones and just have them all feed out the same direction. Uh-oh, that looks wrong. Actually, it's completely right somehow. That's just not necessary. No, yeah, okay, cool. It was necessary on the one side, but not the other. Great, so this looks good enough. I think what we'll do is we'll just smelt it up here and then have it come down in dedicated belts. But that's going to be so many of them. I guess it's really not that many. We can just copy the design. I don't think we have the space to do it up there. I think we need to do it somewhere else, unfortunately. Because, like, if I copy this belt design, look how little space we have here. I think it's probably better to do it on the bottom side here, unfortunately. As much as I'd like to just keep it all up here. This specific build is just kind of spicy in its size. So let us go ahead and start expanding out our RoboPort coverage a little bit. That does seem like a necessity for this build. Just a little bit. I don't want to encroach on the spot too much either because I want to take advantage of it. So hopefully this will be good. I think I'll do it down there though because it's 20 of them with 2 speed modules each, which is still a lot. So we'll do 10 on each side. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I'll do 10 on this side as well. Just for the sake of like concept for now. I'd really like to fit it up here though. It'd be so nice. We have the rest of the build all snugly in here too. Heck. Whatever, it's fine. We're gonna need to expand out more anyways. But what if I fit it in here anyways? Me telling myself it's a good idea when I know deep down it's a bad idea. Let's look at how much it actually consumes. It consumes very, very little. The big issue is just outputting, unfortunately. So you know what? I'll be good. I'll make it look nice down here though. Don't worry. It'll still look pretty cool in the end, probably. It also might not, at which point... Oops, I guess. But it should look pretty cool. And if it doesn't, then it's the game's fault. Probably, not mine, because I only make cool things, right? Something like that. You could space the blue circuit apart. You could try direct inserting the wire to circuit. Because I'd be doing 2 to 1. It'd be possible. I don't know. I'll consider it. Let me start working with this for now. I appreciate the suggestion, though. I don't mean to, like, shoot it down. But I do have an idea in my mind's eye for how this could look right now. I knew it was one off. Heck. Direct inserting might actually be a better idea, too. Although, again, it'd be a little bit tough to offload then. Because I would need 2 on each of them, right? So this would move up a little bit. And then I would put 2 between each of them. I mean, maybe that's fine, though. Yeah, but I need those to still go through. I don't know. This will look cool when it's actually running. I promise. I mean, it might not look cool. How much can an inserter do? It does 4 plus 4, so I'm going to do 2 of them, I guess, because it does 16 per second. I'm assuming that that's per second. I don't know if that's quite accurate, but if it is, this should make sense logically. So there's 10 on each side, and we need to make it sure that these will basically combine into a single belt across the way. Let's make them a little bit closer. We're going to need 5 belts coming through the middle. That's the big thing. So if we can space it in a way that's like satisfying to look at with that, I feel like we've won. Which this is okay for now. So like these come through here. Wait, am I overdoing this by a lot? No, I'm totally not. This is fine. Because it's 2 per machine. We have 10 machines. That's with speed modules, so this makes sense. There's going to be 10 belts coming through. So we're going to have 10 go up and 10 go down. I guess we'll rotate it, actually. That makes more sense. This is way more logical now. Hold on. Let me undo that, and then we'll make it like this, and it'll look real cool. Probably. It'll look coolish. It'll look cool enough. You know what? It's not going to look cool. I'm kidding. It's probably still going to look cool. I really don't know why the demand for the number of ghost wires is so high, though. Quite a surprise to me. That is going to be there, and then there, and then there. Cool. So my thought process is we can just have it kind of like this, where these come together. I guess I should leave one extra spot in the middle. Then we can use underground, sort of. Wait, if this is 5 spots in the middle, they should be able to combine here, right? It should be an odd number already. Heck, the cube got stuck again. Why did that happen? Oh, right, because I didn't fix the logic for how it reads. So the metal just gets burned through. I have to go rescue it really quick, unfortunately. I don't think a bot can successfully bring it to me if I set it up. I need to fix that logic so it stops doing that. I'm going to just temporarily turn off the nuclear, and we're going to forget about it, and then it's going to be a real problem. But it will be off for now. I really want to focus on finishing the science pack, and then we'll work on the nuclear afterwards. In fact, I'll leave a pin in it. How do you leave a pin again? It's like control click or something. Alt right click. That was close. Fix nuclear. Cool. We sort of figured it out. It took a little bit. It took a little bit of brain power. Brain power that I wasn't totally ready to expend. See, you're fast. I'm fast-ish. It's really just I push a bunch of buttons. But, like, I was very much the kid that was, like, playing RuneScape many years ago, and someone was like, check this out. If you push Alt and F4, it opens up, like, a special development console. And I was like, what? Really? That sounds so cool. Actually, I did get fished in RuneScape like that, unironically. When I was very young, my sister and I played RuneScape, and it was a classic one. It was, look it, they updated the game, so if you type your password, it'll be all asterisked out, and no one can steal your password. And I was like, that's so cool. And then I typed my password, and I was like, huh, it must be asterisked out for other people, not myself, because I can still see it. Then I signed back on and my adamant plate legs were gone. I did get Hunter tooed. It was very sad. A friend had given me those plate legs and I was like, this is the most expensive thing I've ever owned in my whole life. And that's how I built up trust issues and started using passwords with like 20 digits and a lot of different things in them. It all worked out in the end. I became way more careful with my passwords. How the heck am I going to get these up here? Wait a minute. You got to figure something else out really quick. All right, that is technically possible. Okay, it's not that bad to get them up, actually. I just realized that bringing up this side is going to be borderline impossible, but it works out because we can just use undergrounds. Underground belt, my beloved. Heck, it doesn't totally work out, but it works out mostly. We just need to do it in one more spot over here. But that's okay. Everything else works. Honest to goodness, I'm a little bit grateful that that like happened 5 ever ago. I'll do it over here instead. It's gonna be a lot easier. Because like now I have trust issues, and that has made me so much stronger as a person. It's a real boon to get trust issues when you're young. Really prepares you for the world. Okay, cool. So those 5 can come up now. Filling up our gelatinous tar is fine. I'm sure we need a bunch of it. So how am I going to do these? So these are going to unload only so much per second. Which side do you unload? I'm actually going to set one of these up preemptively just to see how they unload because my brain always struggles with this. We'll set you up down here and then... I don't know where we're going to put these ones. I guess there's fine. Better to learn with your items and not, or Neopoints in my case, to your bank account. Oh, unfortunate. Getting scammed on Neopets. Brutal. I saw some really interesting video like a while ago about how like Neopets, I guess it was Neopets drama. You ever just be there like scrolling through your feed and you see something kind of weird you've never seen before and you're like, this is kind of crazy. I need to know what happened here. That was basically what happened because I played Neopets when I was really young, but I never got like super duper into it. And I was like following the context of the video and it was like talking about how like there were like rare Neopet colors and stuff and like worth a bunch of money in an underground market and stuff. And I was like, what in goodness' name? Neopets goes crazy. All right, so we're gonna make a little bit of Ghostwire here. You unload exactly how I wanted you to unload, actually. We'll have it go like this. And this will just be like what we do, right? We can copy this over and over and over again, and we'll just change the concept to be a different area that it unloads, right? Copy this, put it here, and then it goes like this. There's our belt 2. We can do it over here. We'll do belt 3, and then we'll have it come down. And then we can do belt 4, and then we can do belt 5. I could technically like cut it a little bit sooner. I think that this is probably a better idea to do it like this. That way, because like we can have it combined not in the middle, but this should make it as even as possible. Assuming the bottom side follows the same rules. I didn't actually verify that the bottom side follows the same rules. I just assumed that it did, which is really a terrible decision because it might not, which would be a real heckin' problem for someone such as myself in a position such as mine. Okay, see, this is kind of what I was terrified of. It should still be fine. It should just be like this now. Okay, it's not that bad. I was a little dramatic. Neopets, yeah, Neopets went crazy. I guess it's not super popular nowadays, but it was a it was an online, like, how do you describe it? Kind of like a Tamagotchi. The trust issue saved you again. See, I'm telling you. People clown about the trust issues, but they actually go crazy if you think about it. You matter. Alright, so I should be able to just copy this and paste it horizontally. No, that doesn't work. What if I do vertically as well? Yes, that does work, I think. It looks like it works, at least. Cool. Great. Awesome. So this looks a lot less cool than it did in my head when I was setting this up, admittedly. I thought it was going to be a lot cooler than it looks. It's not bad. I'm not going to, like, discredit myself. It's fine, but I really thought it was going to look cooler. Now that all the belts are done, I'm not really impressed, though. But whatever. It's good to be a critic to your own work, right? Because that's how you improve. I also kind of overhyped it for myself. I was expecting more than I could feasibly put out. Cool. So that looks good now. We'll just need to load the other side. And that should be hopefully our stack of Ghostwire done for this. And this is still one of the components that we needed for our science itself, which is fun. It'll look cool when there's a ton of wire flowing. I hope so, because it kind of looks like, what is it called? Extra tendrils or whatever? Excess tendrils? Whatever that material is called. Something tendril related. I guess we can just deconstruct that one now. Cool. Kind of want this to be a lot farther out for the unloading. Let's bring this upward so it goes through here. I still have a Tamagotchi. It's on my my keyring, but it doesn't work, unfortunately. think it was for my birthday no, it wasn't last year. It had to be like, oh my god, last year. It had to be many years ago, but I think my sister gave it to me. I wish it worked though. Tamagotchis are so rad. I really dig them. Alright, so here's my plan, right? I'm gonna set all this up and we're gonna deconstruct a few of the ones at the end for now, and we'll put them back later. Let's get our power working. Substations should be fine here. 2 of them right there and right there. It looks like 1 more to the side. Perfect. That should catch all of our stuff. All right, we actually need to feed the spectrolite down here. I was like, are we forgetting something? Yeah, I was gonna say the most important part, but it's certainly just a very important part, which is the spectrolite. So let's go ahead and bring our spectrolite down. I guess to start, I'll bring it down here. Second thought, I don't want it here. Let's move it a little bit more out. Just so I have the freedom to bend it in a little bit sooner. There we go, that's much better. That way I can do a splitter here to bring it across. Oh, nuts, it's not gonna be like perfect. That's fine. It's not that big of a deal. It does bother me a little bit, but not enough. And then we go across here. Perfect. We'll keep an eye on how this actually looks, and hopefully it'll turn on and it'll be firing out everything we need. Hopefully. Okay, it does look kind of cool when it waves on the belt a little bit. I'll give you that one. What a crazy large demand. I thought my science build was fairly small too, to be honest with you. But I do actually quite like it. And it looks like all the belting was correct. Cool. So that goes up here, which will go into here. Why is there only half of it? Ah, there we go, because only half was on at the time. And now... we'll turn them on and hopefully they'll output a good amount. I hope it can eat enough of them quick enough. They might need multiple inserters, which I did leave space for technically, but not great. I'm realizing that's probably going to load too slow. I wonder if I can use a loader. Would a loader be allowed for that? This is probably the use case of a loader, right? Surely a loader should work here. We're going to go test it, but I'm pretty sure this is like a loader check since we can do loaders now. Oh yeah, this is a heckin' loader check for sure. Loaders are made from spectrolite, which we now have a true abundance of, so we're going to craft a bunch of loaders now. Cool. That'll be much nicer once those loaders are running. Bring me some more electronic circuits. Alright, I actually really like this build now. Now it looks really cool. Now that there's like neon blue on the lines there, it looks really, really nice. We did it! What a pain in the butt, and we're still not done. In fact, I don't even think we're close to being done, unfortunately. Maybe we're getting kinda close, but not close enough. Thank you, little bots. Really appreciate all your hard work. You can probably cancel this one. They're probably bringing us engine units. Brought us at least enough for one of them. I didn't load the spectrolite. That should be really easy, thankfully, because it's on a belt right here. I guess I'll load it out the back, though. for the sake of consistency. I think that was my initial plan. I just didn't do it. I was like, why isn't it actually crafting it? Because you forgot, one of the ingredients, which does complicate the matter. I'll admit it. It was a blunder. Whoops, my bad. Cool. That should be fine now. Get another loader on. And again, the loader is 30 items per second, but it's 30 on each side of the belt, so it should satisfy the ravenous demand ever so slightly. You're holding many logistics bots in your inventory, am I? Oh my god, I do have a lot of logistics bots. Where'd you come from? Alright, you're all filled up there. That's probably where you came from thinking about it. You have no home. I guess the bots will technically migrate to where I'm working at any given time. I don't want them to go into storage, though. I already checked that one. I knew I did. I guess we can mouse over to see where the next one is. Oh my goodness, you know what? Bots, you're good. You can just go. Thank you. And here we are at last. Spectral processors done. We're making a whopping 1 per second, which is not great, admittedly. If you click them, then click in the world they release into the network. Oh, hold on. Let me make a request for a bunch of bots then. That sounds kind of fun. Not 200k. Honestly, 200k. I didn't realize you could send them home like that. That sounds so nice. That'll be 299k. And for the last one, we'll do 400,000. Oh yes, we now have spectral processors completed. And it looks like they do fill up just quick enough to keep running. Maybe. This one is not currently inserting properly. I was wondering why that was so slow. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize this was a feature of the game. I would have been doing this the whole time. Oh my gosh, I love Factorio. Go free into the night, my lovely bots. I love it. I can't get enough of it, to be honest. This is the best. I should probably keep some of these for myself, realistically. There's so many bots in boxes. Have you seen anything more beautiful than bots on a rainy day, cloudy day? All right, I don't have any bots left. That was actually all of them. We need to go steal some of them. Actually, those are probably bots they're not going to give me because I just got rid of my demand for them. Oh no, that's probably basic motor stuff then. Great, so let's go steal a couple of these bots because I do want some on me. There we go. That's much better. So now we have some bots. Oh, I love that. Thanks for telling me that, Flip. That was very satisfying. Cool. So spectral processors are done. We now have enough to satisfy our demand over there, which is good. Can you productivity module this? Yes, I'm almost tempted to be honest, because of how many things it has, but currently our ratios are not meant for that. So, spectral processors done. We have finished 2/3 of our science now. We have the bottled anguish, and we have the spectral processors. We already haunted energy cells. I really hope they're not going to be that bad, and we've already done the hard work, but I got a funny feeling. They take ectoplasm, which is really funky on its own. I forgot to turn off the stupid thing. I just realized they're in the stupid spot. I was having so much fun with the little bots and everything, too. We gotta go back over there and rescue them. I'm so sorry, Cube. We've created 10,000 spectralite, which is truly remarkable since we just started making spectralite, but we must produce it at a pretty satisfying pace. I'm sorry, Cube. I messed up. I meant to turn it off. I didn't turn it off. Gosh, I have to be so far away. Come back, Cube. Cool. So let me go turn that off unironically now. I'm going to just change the rule. Wow, I even set this up wrong. I want to just make it so that it's always going to output on this side for now. Perfectly fine. That way it'll never go down here. Easy peasy. Like, it'll go down there for the oil, but then it'll skip immediately. The the nuclear. So it'll be fine. Cool. Now it's not going to get stuck up there anymore, which means we have a little bit more freedom to go finish our science pack. So what is this absolute monstrosity? It is sophisticated mounting units, easy battery, easy ectoplasm, easy-ish, I guess. We do have a small stockpile of ectoplasm, via 34,000 of it, which is, honest to goodness, not that bad. So we can certainly get started. Will it be enough is a question of itself, but let's figure out how many of them we want to make per second. So it's 0.06 per second. To satisfy these, we went with 10 of these machines, so I'll match the 10 over there. So assuming that it's 10 produced as well. These are in chem plants. So let's set up some chem plants and figure out how many per second these are created in the chem plant. 0.25 per second. Wow. Okay. So these are actually much faster than our circuits. So we won't have to do 10 of them. We won't have to do whatever the heck this monstrosity is, which by the way, ended up working out really, really nicely and I'm quite happy with. But we'll be able to do it a lot simpler. So these need 0.06. So 4 of these will be satisfied by one of those. We have 4 sets so far, so we can just do 4 of these. 4 chem plants is enough to satisfy our second demand, which feels a lot less daunting. We will need to figure out the batteries as well, though, because I don't think I make them anywhere close here, and I'd rather make a fresh set, I think, anyways. Which means we can take advantage of the metal that comes down over here as well. Unless there's a better metal spot, but I think that's probably our best bet. Oh, there is some that comes down here, maybe. We could steal some of that as well. Oh my gosh, the cube is split. Sorry, I know that's like normal and it's expected now, but hopefully now we can actually just see it like run in its entirety and like function. It saw that we needed some ghost crystals, so it came through here. Something we can consider doing as well is switching over to loaders to get those off, and maybe 4 unique belts as well. Hopefully for now it'll be fine. Currently I have it set up so it'll go through the system once and not check to run again. So whenever these are done, they go through and they're done. So there's like, what, 20 or so left in the belt over here? Probably closer to 30, I would guess. They'll run through, they're offload their ghost crystals. Now, the downside of this is that we run into the issue where these two aren't running when these ones are, just because of how I have the belt going. I don't really know an easy solution for that. I guess I could technically have it so that there's like a box. Oh, actually, you know what? That'd be really easy. If I do it like this, I guess a loader would be more ideal. But we'll do a loader and then a box, right? Where is a box? I guess this box is fine. And I can specifically set it so that... Whoops, that's in a bad spot. There we go. I can specifically set it so this loader is attached to this box and will only activate when there is more than 32 in there. Does that work? That kind of works. It'll dump them really early. I don't know why I put in 32. Cube. Looking for this cube specifically. Wait, that's not right, is it? No, it should be a different cube altogether. Enable, disable. There it is. It's a phantom constituent, right? It's no longer a cube at this point. I can set it so that that only activates when there's more than 32. That doesn't quite satisfy the demand, though. I mean, that would split it in half. I guess a single splitter would actually solve all my problems, thinking about this, like, a lot more simply. Actually, we have a single splitter already. Wow. That does, in fact, split. You wouldn't believe it to be true, but this does totally halve it and completely eliminate this problem that I was having before. Cool, so that's fixed up now. These have evened out a lot more now that things are running, which is good to see. So there shouldn't be like a buffer now where the cubes are basically just sitting around doing nothing. It should be way more even. We had the splitter, we just didn't think about having it. Okay, cool. So now the cube is reforming and it's all good. How's your power doing? That's a good point. Let's actually check and see. It looks like when it's being reformed and unformed, it gets up to 326, but we're ahead a little bit. We've consumed 1,000 phantom alternates constituents as well at 444422. Almost a lot of fours, but not quite. So this produces 0.25 batteries per second. This consumes 0.5 batteries per second. So we're going to need to do 8 of these to create what we want. This is very simple. It's just sulfuric acid, rare earth metals, which also tells me we're going to need to improve this. Probably, I don't know if we'll need to improve more of it. It makes 60 per second currently. Almost certainly improve this. I'm going to just mark to improve this altogether, I think. Improve sulfuric acid plus storage. Cool. So once the sulfuric acid is good, we'll bring it down here. I wonder how far sulfuric acid goes down. Sulfuric acid is weird. I feel like we don't use it basically at all, but we must some places. Comes along here. There's a pump for it over here too. Goes further than I anticipate. I guess I don't remember using it. Oh my god, it's literally like right here. That's so convenient. Unbelievable. We'll take it. Saves us a lot of headache. I'm going to just pump it in the back here and we'll have our loading and offloading of the metal and the batteries themselves in the front. Very simple. Very convenient. Saves me a little bit of headache, which is always nice because I do not like dealing with pipes. They are so annoying. I could direct insert batteries. Right? Might be easier to do it that way. Alternatively, getting both those on a belt could probably be easier because it doesn't eat many of them per second. So it's probably better to just put them out on their own. So this will be the input for our metal. This will be the output for our batteries. And then we're looking good. Now, how are we going to get metal over here is the question. I know we had a secondary spot where I was debating it. You matter. But I don't know exactly where that was. Right, it was coming down here. Here's also other materials we could use as well, which is nice. I'm a little reluctant to steal from another science. I feel like that's seldom a good idea. I'm hoping that we just made a bunch extra of it. So I think that this is like the best idea. I mean, worst case scenario, we just need to scale up how much we're making. That simple. Output priority left on this one, and we'll make that the, not the glass, the opposite of the glass, the matter units. What are they called? Sophisticated matter units. She says she sets up the steel. It's a terrible idea. Like, look, I think it's important to know that it's not a good idea to do it. Just because I'm doing it doesn't mean anyone else should do it. Learn from my mistakes. I'm doing something stupid right now, which I will regret and then have to fix later. You don't have to do something stupid now. That's the beauty of your life, is you haven't made the mistakes I've made yet. Wait a minute. That's not what I wanted there. I mean, that's kind of fine in a way. I guess I could repurpose the belt, sort of. Kind of a dumb way to do it, though. It's fine. It doesn't really matter. I can just do it. It's fine. It saves some belts. This was saving belts. That was the important thing, was that just saved like a handful of belts. Let's change the output priority to those matter units again, the sophisticated ones, and then we'll rip them off the belt. Actually, that goes crazy now that I'm looking at it. That design is peak. Never mind. I was wrong. All right, let's set up a few substations. It's funny. I was like, oh boy, I'm excited to set up this new science today on stream. We'll get done with it in no time and then check out something else. And then I started doing the science. No, I didn't think it was going to be that quick, but I didn't think it was going to be this long either. I've been streaming almost 5 hours now, and I don't have the science set up yet. But it's fine. We're making progress on it. So now we're making our batteries, which are going out to here. And now we have our batteries, which is 2/3 of our thing here. So we're basically done, which is nice because we just need to bring over the ectoplasm. So that was actually quite easy to set up. And this is our other thing. So it looks like our science is about to at last manifest. But then, of course, we need to set up whatever the heck tendrils are, because that seems like a real problem. So cool. Looking forward to tendrils. Glad they exist. Definitely not upset about it. Okay, these are different belts. I was like, why are these belts like this? So we're going to want these belts to meet in the middle and then go outwards, it looks like. Then a splitter here should be fine. And then outwards. It looks like we ran out of prod mods as well. Can we get Oh, we can get logistics network now? Hold on, that's got to come before mystery furnace. That's like actually so useful for setting up those productivity modules. All right, cool. So now we just move these up here a little bit. Bring this belt down here. Load it in. Get some power. Load that out, and then we will be good to go. Hopefully, fingers crossed. It looks good, right? I mean, it looks good enough, I suppose. Wow, this science took up so much space. I kind of want to go through the sciences and like see the differences. Wow, we're also out of spectrolite. I didn't see that coming, to be honest with you. I didn't really run numbers for how much we'd need, but that's crazy. Wow. That's kind of alarming. Heck, why are you stuck? Because you've run out of gas somehow? Oh no, the cube keeps getting stuck. Let's just focus on this. I'm gonna get distracted. Let's finish the science up and then we'll go grab the cube. Because we're gonna need to fix up the cube stuff anyways. This goes out here. Comes down around here and then boom, goes in there. We need to set up the piping now and then we are done with science. Smile, hopefully. I guess we're not done, but we're done enough for it to start. We can start getting something out of it, I suppose. Cool. So we'll have those connect with undergrounds. So that we can walk through them. I know it's a little wasteful materials to use undergrounds, but it's so much nice to be able to walk through them. It's totally worth it in my mind. All right, and there is the... Actually, I don't really like how these pipes or these belts are looking, so let's fix it. That's better. Cool. Okay, so that's good. We just need some power for those, so I'm going to actually move that forward, I suppose, and head it back. Wonderful. And now to plug in the ectoplasm is our final step. Sort of. Smile. We also need to deal with the weird gooey tentacles that are going to be popping out. We're pretty heckin' close past that. We'll bring it down here. It matches up a little nicer for the space. And then that is ectoplasm into our haunted energy cell maker, which now outputs haunted energy cells. Which will now go onto the belt, and we will, after almost 45 hours, make our 5th science pack, or 4th, depending on who you ask, which is our synthetic premonition card. Profoundly spooky in its design, which will go over to here and then immediately onto the belt. So I will need to fix it up. So it took 44 hours, 52 minutes. Holy guacamole, in 48 seconds, which means we can start researching logistics system, which will be really nice. But I want to share this belt, so let's go ahead and rip the rest of this off that I accidentally put on here forever ago. There's a lot more of it than I thought there was, which is unfork knife. Alright, cool. And then I can just like do this over and over again. These machines can take all of them. Surely it's almost done, right? Hey, apparently there is a lot, but it's fine. Science pack number 4 is done, and that's the important thing. I just picked up some of it accidentally. Great. So... awesome. They all got picked up. I was wrong about it. So we're doing some research for the first time in a long time. A whopping 1 SPM. Remaining time is 4 hours, 58 minutes, 28 seconds. That will improve as time goes on. Did the cube get free on its own somehow? Weird. 1 SPM. It's true. Better than 0 SPM. Gotta remember, it's better than 0 SPM. Okay, so that was a lot, admittedly, but we can do a lot of cool stuff now. One, we're getting logistics systems so I can get those modules in the mall set up properly, which will be nice. 2, we have a bunch of things open now, including whatever the heck the forbidden ziggurat is, which I'm very concerned about, but I've been told it's fun, so hopefully it'll be fun. For some perspective, let's go through our sciences. Let's take a moment here and look at our sciences. This is our first science. It wasn't even made like this initially. It is super easy to make. Just one machine, easy done. Our second science was, I guess it was green. This is my favorite build still. This build goes crazy. Science number 2, easy. Probably like 35 hours ago now. Science 3 was blue science, which we had to remake recently, which is now all of this over here. This glass stack coming down to here, making all of this stuff. This is our beautiful blue science. And now we have our purple science, which we made recently over here, which takes up a tremendous amount of space. And now right underneath it is our white science, our synthetic premonition cards. Oh no. All right, at least it's working. Everything is working. Logistics system is going to be so nice for you. It really is. There's a few things that I've been manually loading, which it's just, there's so many belts everywhere. It's really tough. Our circuit board is now getting quite large. I feel like this is probably bigger than my endgame Factorio space age novice base at this point. Or pretty close, comparable, perhaps. It's a little hard to tell. I do have the dumpy picture of it still. We can kind of reference it. Hold on. It's kind of tough to tell at the zoom, but it feels similar, right? Courtesy of my roommate once more for drawing that. Very grateful for her for manifesting that part of my stream. It's absolutely dumped out of its mind for no good reason. Look at that. The belts are totally saturated, looking really, really nice here once the spectral light starts flowing. So I think something we're going to want to look into soon is a contingency for the cube running multiple times over here. Because right now, from my memory, it finishes here, it reforms. It checks to see if we need to run there, and then it immediately goes back into the system. I think potentially having a check here to see if it needs to run again would be a good idea. It's pure art, it really is. So how do we set this up? Honestly, I'm going to just do it right here. We'll do an underground. And we'll wire it in the same way we did before. Plug it into the red wire. Copy this logic here, and then just swap them. This way, if it needs to run one more time, it'll just go right back down and run really quick. It's not that far off. I could have potentially made it closer down here, but this should be fine. And if it does need to run again, it just goes up. Perfect. Saves us a lot of time for it coming back around. We're rocking a whopping 22 SPM, which is how much these labs cap out at, actually. So you can see that our belt is starting to saturate with both of our fancy science packs, which is kind of nice, I guess. Oh, we can get worker robot speed 6 now, too. And cargo size. Oh, the world is truly our oyster with these unlocks. It feels really good. Oh, it feels like a long time coming. Like I've said before, Factorio always does it, but this mod pack really, really does it, where, like, you really feel like you've done something. Now, I've noticed we're probably out of calcium again. Yeah, that's what it is. Heck, what am I gonna do? I guess we're, like, out of metal. It just hadn't had time to go back up there. It didn't go down to the metal. I'll hydrate. Wise Wolf, I appreciate it. You stay hydrated as well. It appears that our logic for going to the schmeltery is broken again, which is why this happened. It's looking for Ghost. Ghost is looking for... What is Ghost looking for? That equal to 1. I thought I fixed this. What happened? You know what? It does work. So what's going on here? I see. I don't have it so that this is actually readable anymore. That's what it is. Now this should read Ghost. Okay, cool. That was my fault. I messed up some stuff. You matter on CubeCam. I honestly love it. We need to set some more of those. If anyone brainstorms anything good for an area, like, by all means, tell me and I'll put it in. Okay, cool. So that is a few things fixed. We obviously need a few more modules over here to get more out of our science, but we'll fix that in a little bit. I guess I'm able to handcraft some of them if we grab stuff, but I kind of just want to breathe for a moment. That was a lot. This science took so much to get working. This build looks so nice now that it's done, though. I actually really like how it gets cut through by the train tracks, too, weirdly enough. I think it adds to it a lot. Alright, so the cube is coming down here. It should be doing the split again, I would imagine. Cube should be about here, right? There it is. Yep, the power keeps up by about 100 megawatts, so we're still fine. Unloads all of them real quick, and again, now we have it set up so that they'll split exactly evenly, so it'll be a lot quicker to get through everything. Obviously, we're still a little bit gated by this one, or these 2 belts of output. Should probably change them to 3 at one point, but honestly, just better loaders here would also speed up the belts quite a bit, so... Either way, they get used up, they get passed through the system, they go and go, yum, I want to use up some of this bottled euphoria to become a repaired cube, and then they go on their happy way. Now, it seems like this machine's not really working as much as this one. It makes sense because, like, currently, we're just not doing them as fast as possible. Like, these will be necessary when we're able to load faster belts and stuff, but right now, it should just be fine as is. We don't have to overthink, it's really the big thing. And for your final research project, you can demonstrate what you learned about circuits. Circuits are cool. A paper by Miko Stellar. Hello. So in my project, I spent time learning about circuits. And the circuits are cool because they can be used to read. And reading is fun. They can read things and then put out other things. Have you ever seen a kaleidoscope before? You know how the kaleidoscope will like look at one thing and then you see something different? That is what a circuit is. Thank you for your time. Thank you for coming to my presentation on circuits. I hope you have a good day. How is that? On the nose? Not quite. I really poured my heart into it. I tried to transport myself back to being like really struggling with the presentation. I really sucked at them when I was in school, but I think I'd kill them now. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Pretty much. I didn't actually offload these Bethelheim flasks, so I need to offload those too. One other thing we missed, but I'm just glad we got most of this stuff done because holy moly, that was a project. It's only getting tougher too, so we'll stick with it. Cool. So now these come back here. Where are the flasks loading in? I don't actually totally remember. Wait, I already have a flask line right there. Wait. There is a flask line. I set it up. It just wasn't plugged in for some reason. Ah, okay, because that has to be part of the flask line too. I see. Undo the flask line. I was incorrect in my assumption. I forgot we'd already done one. We can just plug it into that line anywhere then, which should make it a lot simpler. Boom, the flask line. Good presentation impression. Like, genuinely, I swear I would just kill. Like, if they put me in front of a 3rd grade class right now and was like, go present on something, I would kill it. Those kids would love it. You'd be like, Miss Stellar is such a good teacher. I'd be like, I'm not a teacher, kid. I'm just here for the day. They'd be like, that's even cooler. I'd be like, I know. You're stuck here for the next 6 months. Oh, no. All right, so our cube is cubing, which is good. It's followed the cycle because it saw it needed more of these. I'm a little concerned it's going to spend too long here because, I don't know, maybe we just need way too much of this stuff per second. Maybe not. Either way, I'm just happy the cube is cubing, to be honest with you. Uh-oh, it appears that we've run out of metal down here, which means we've really run out of metal up here, I imagine. Holy guacamole. the demand for metal is now quite high. I'm probably gonna have to set some circuits up to say to not continue to go through the path if we're out of... that would be nice. If we had like a core resource checker that we could set up as like a priority thing, right? So like as long as everything goes into a circuit, all of our stuff does, and then it's like if we're missing specific things, that outputs where it should go, you know? I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking how cool that would be. Perhaps it wouldn't be as cool as I think, but I feel like it could be really cool. Either way, I definitely want to make sure that it does not loop back around again, because we are completely out of metal. So I'm gonna try to make a note there too. Oh my gosh, Express Transport Belt. Hi, I love you from Factorio. Set up logic for lacking metal. I mean, it might not even be necessary. Honestly, I'm kind of pulling out of that idea. I think it's just because the cube hasn't had time to do things for a while. Although maybe up here it's a better idea. But then again, there's just no metal in the base at all, so it's probably fine. But it could also not be fine at all, so... I don't really know. I'm just spitballing at this point and hoping that everything works out. I do think we need some sort of circuit logic. I think the logic needs to be placed elsewhere, though. I think where the logic needs to go is up here. But I want metal to have a priority, so if we set up another splitter, it should be fine. Hopefully. We'll call this one metal priority. Priority? Is that how you spell priority? Surely it is. Priority. Yeah. We can spell. We're pretty proud of the fact that we've got that 3rd grade spelling. This is still fine. Everything's looking fine. We need to fix nuclear still, but it should be okay to fix. We're not like overloading on these things, so we can look into like nuclear sludge and stuff, which will be fun. Shockingly, not all these are running. Oh no, how did this happen? This belt has not 238 on it in places, which has scrunked it up. How is that possible? Perhaps that's just a relic of something that happened before. It appears that it didn't happen after the beginning. Let me go clean that up and see if that fixes it. But I am concerned that there's another glaring issue. There we go. So it made it over there, so you deserve a metal popping up the left side. What happened over here? Very peculiar. I'm guessing that was a fluke. Such a strange fluke, and that it happened early on is really throwing me off. Either way, Covarex is now running in literally all of our machines, so we can certainly have other things going. And we got logistics system. I bet you it takes annoying stuff to make. It's actually the same as everything else. I can't believe it. Great, so we can set up requesters and stuff now very easily. Probably want to set up automation for those as well. Let's do that really quickly. Should be an easy and quick one for us. Just kidding, I make it in like the worst possible place. With a direct fed chest at that. That's okay. What's one more for the road? You don't think, is it time? It is time. This is what this mod is all about. You can tell me this mod has like a lot of feel to it, a lot of heart, and I'll believe you. You know, it does. But you're not living until you're doing a jank build with extremely long-handed filter inserter. That's when you start living. Until then, you haven't even scratched the surface of living. Go, my extremely long-handed filter inserter. Be free into the night. Do something rad. Wait, you have power already. Cool, I didn't think I'd set that up. Cool, 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 cool. So everything should be good now for at least the time being. Obviously, I need to fix nuclear. In addition, I want to get stuff set up for these, get some requester chests for things like, you know, making these, because getting the materials for these would normally be kind of annoying across the place. Plus, there's plenty of bots not really doing anything, so we may as well get those set up as time goes on. We're getting our metal stack. I will say, if nothing else, I feel like the buildings in this really encourage cool looking designs for your stacks of stuff. I'm almost tempted to set up more rare earth metal smelting, like maybe dedicating this part to it as well. Because it takes a while now. We can also unload this with a... This doesn't really need it. I was going to say we can unload it with a... loader, that's what they're called. I couldn't remember. But that's fine. Cool, so that looks good. Science is kind of running. Definitely need the calcium running. It's a very big priority. Have you seen anything more beautiful than this? You know what? We set up a new science today. We fixed a lot of things. Still a lot of things to fix. Left a few notes for next time. But I'm going to leave on this exact note here. And this is the vision I'm going to leave you with. I'm not even going to the end stream of the end screen of the stream. I'm going to just leave it like this because I think this is beautiful. I'm just going to remove myself from existence and say, I'm done here. Thank you so much for watching. Hopefully you had a lovely time. I had a great time myself. Tomorrow we're doing Bat to the Heavens. Friday we'll be doing Final Fantasy Friday. So we'll probably won't do Ultra Cube until either the weekend if we have time or next week. But either way, thank you so much for watching. Hopefully you had a lovely time. We'll see you next time. Bye for now.